Okay, can you hear me, Michael? I'm actually talking. I've started the stream. Okay, great. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, December the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. You can hear me and the screen. Okay, so now I hope I'm not going to run into any issues with the screen. Unfortunately, I had to do a complete factory reset of my system yesterday, so I've had to reload the programs, and the normal way in which I screen share is not working today. So I've had to go back to the old way. So hopefully that doesn't pose problems. We used to have that problems with the Chrome Accelerator and all that. So hopefully we won't have those problems. So, and you will be hearing my my sound alerts coming from my my speakers. So I won't have a headset for about 10 days. It was a motherboard issue. So anyway, let's take a look at what happened or is happening. No screen yet. Just a second. Okay, this is in the YouTube feed. Just give me a second. There you go. Sorry about that. You should see my screen now on YouTube. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at the thing. By the way, you know, while I was having these issues, did you see that move with Sangamo yesterday? What was that? SGMO? I was talking about how, you know, this might have been some resistance right here. Look at that move for Sangamo right at the end here. All the way, actually, it was a little before that. I mean, because I thought it was going to get stuck around 10. And what did it get to in the after hours? Up to 1650. Unbelievable. I may lean on you a little bit more today, Real. Yeah, that could be the issue. Some are not going to be able to see my screen. Well, okay, try to do a refresh. Okay, try to do a refresh. The other thing you could do is head over to the YouTube stream. Okay, that's the only other thing you could try to do. I think I'm going to run into this issue with some people not being able to see my screen. If you do go over to YouTube, if you cannot see my screen, you head over to YouTube. You'll be able to see my screen there. You can stay in this room, and you might just want to then mute the audio in YouTube. So because otherwise you'll get an echo, but you'll be able to see my screen in YouTube. Okay. Otherwise, you can try to do a refresh, or you can disable the hardware accelerator in Chrome. All right, let me keep going here. LXRX. This gapped up. It has pulled back about $1. Let's see if there was any specific news on it. Announces offering a. So there is another interesting one. So they've actually done a financing, 20 million shares at $3.20 a share, way above the financing price. 20.3 million shares at $3.20 a share. So it is quite a bit above the financing price. And if KK is in the room, thank you so much for your help. SNOA. This is a gap up and receives FDA panel backing. Okay, now this could be really, really crazy. I mean, it's already crazy. It's up 112%. But look at the float, 2 million in the float. So anything could happen here. I mean, this is already gapped way above this area here, 1252. The next area on that monthly chart is up, it looks like around 19 something. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. But you never know. AYTU, one of the flyers from yesterday, AYTU. This is gap down, big flyer from yesterday, though it sold off a lot. I mean, it got up to 1136 and it sold way down to here, 814. That's where it closed. Now it's gap down below. Just checking to see if they did a financing. I don't see that. VT squared, VT. Another low float situation, 14 million in the float. The only thing I saw was there was a CEO press release. SLDB. SLDB. Here's another one. Launches a $90 million private placement, 24.3 million shares. Why do they force me to do math? 90 divided by 24.3. So their financing's at 370, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Seems to be the norm now, almost. Companies doing these financings, and instead of being, a certain percentage below the financing, they all seem to be, a lot of them seem to be above the financing price. Disney, what a gap up for Disney. Look at this, 8%. Even though, I guess the bets are really, really being placed on this turning into more of a streaming empire as opposed to relying on parks, etc. INSG. What's the news I see? INSG expanding its global footprint. Okay, so INSG. XXI. Another one that I know a lot of people have been following. Had a nice day 2 days ago. Bit of a rest. I'm sorry, 3 days ago. Bit of a rest 2 days ago. And then there's yesterday's candle. Coming into what I would consider some pretty tough resistance zone. LXRX is coming off 4, guys. Popping off 4, LXRX. RMG, one of the SPACs, RMG is still strong. Don't see any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Ride, it was trying to come back a little bit here, up 11%. Former SPAC that turned into a Ride. FRSX. And announces its affiliate Rail Vision has received order from obviously a German Nordbremse-System für Schienenfahrzeug for 400,000 euros. All right, so that is where are they out of? They're out of Israel, okay. And I'm sure it's not a super low float, only 30 million in the float. SLS, yeah, massive flyer from yesterday. Now, you know what? This could easily recover, but it's down right now, 24%. I don't see that they doing a financing. Reports follow-up data from randomized phase 2 test. So they did have some news. It's caused, I can't go into it in that much detail, but they do have some news. I don't know if that's the reason that the stock is down a bit. Not a bit, it's down 24%. FAT, now this looks like some kind of a merger. So I don't really know how active this is going to be, but I thought I would point it out. And it's a very, very low float, 1.3 million in the float. CLSK has gapped up. Again, Wainwright putting another aggressive price target on it. Previous price target for them was 18, and now they've upped it to 24. And one last one, Kiwi, or QIWI. QIWI, let's see, is gapped out. Actually, so this really gapped down. When was it? So earnings, no, that wasn't an earnings play. So for whatever reason, it started to really give it up a couple of days ago. And then yesterday, big gap down, maybe trying to recover. I don't know if it can get over the high of yesterday. It may have a chance to fill in this void. All right, now I am going to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Hopefully I can get that. Yeah, okay, so we have a few upgrades, few downgrades this morning. Let me get the upgrades in first. This FRXX is really moving, guys. FRSX is really moving. Okay, see a couple of the airlines, Alaska and United Airlines, upgraded. All right, there are some of the upgrades. All right, well, we have a downgrade for UAL and an upgrade for UAL. We have a downgrade for Tesla, City Jeffries. A downgrade for Stitch Fix, SFIX from Goldman. Actually, I see more downgrades in airlines on the downgrade side than upgrades. Yeah, in fact. Yeah, a lot of downgrades from the airlines. Okay, Sangamo is on the way down, kind of a little bit like the Stella. It's still, mildly, just a little bit under yesterday's close. Unbelievable run. Now, as I said yesterday, I am really going to pay a little more attention to this window here, which I make a switch. I make a switch at 12:30. It's essentially the same window, just with a lower account value, and really start to pay a lot more attention to it in the afternoon, like I used to. We had some tremendous percentage gains in this window. And I'm talking about the basic new highs don't repeat, but the 12:30 version. Okay, this one is starting to move. Zedge. Where are they out of? New York. Okay, so ZDGE. Actually, look at this. Now, I'm pretty sure what happened here. Let me back this out a bit. Maybe wrong. Okay, I doubt very well. Maybe it was an IPO. I mean, it's possible this was an IPO back here, 6. It's possible. If not, it was a symbol name change. But this is now almost at an all-time high for ZGGE. Getting close. So my watch list is a little bit light again today, guys. I because I had to do my factory reset of my system yesterday. I really couldn't spend that much time on scanning, my normal scanning. So, excuse me, it is going to be a little bit light. You're right. You're absolutely right. This is an e-play, an earnings play for ZDGE. Had earnings after hours yesterday, so there was a reaction, big reaction, a little spike high up to 8. And watching the LXRX as it holds, continues to hold 4. Did the financing at 320. Very interesting reaction. I don't know if they had other, well, okay, they had other news also. So they announced the financing and then they also came in with some news. I think I forgot to mention this one, TPGY. What is this one doing? TPGY, don't even have a float for it. Oh, so this is one of those blank check company, or SPACs, okay? Now, I don't know. I mean, is this true? EVBox Group to become public company. So that is the, I wonder when it's supposed to happen. EVBox is a leading global provider of smart charging solutions. So this is another EV sector play, guys. I call it EV infrastructure. Bolsano, good morning. And I think I forgot to mention this one, the Seagrow. So this is one of those LiDAR plays. And this is gapped up, another SPAC looking to merge with a LiDAR company called Innoviz to be listed on NASDAQ. I'm just wondering. Okay, so so Luminar Technologies slides 7% as rival Innoviz announces $1.4 billion SPAC merger with Collective Growth. Okay? So LAZR, a little bit weak, competition coming. Good morning, KK. Yeah, I mean, it just, I don't know, is it electric commercial vehicle public in SPAC? So they are merging with Electric Last Mile Solutions, ELMS, said on Friday, agreed to go public through, okay, so that's their deal. I mean, you know, it's like anything else. We start completely and utterly believing in all these EV sector plays. You know, the sky's kind of the limit, but that's a huge gap right now. I don't know if that's the first time they've announced exactly who we're going to merge with. Give me a moment here. I just have to load a couple. Just give me a moment here, please. Okay. All right, so we have another about 3.5 minutes before the market opens. I don't know. I mean, it's I don't know. It just different classifications. I really have no answer to that. You'd have to literally look it up. If I look at the yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's I don't even have it here. Oops. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean the warrant usually it ends in a W, but so I don't know. All I can say is it doesn't load on our chart, so I guess we just disregard it. All right, guys, I am going to do something here. See if it bothers you. If it bothers you, I'll stop, but nah, forget it. Okay, just TPGY. Yeah, TPGY is that's a massive, that's a huge gap, guys. I mean, on that announcement. So I don't know if that was the first time. Excuse me. I don't know if that's the first time they announced who they're actually going to be going after. I mean, if it's hard to believe. It looks like it is because look how it flatlined at 10. You know, opened here. And it just flatlined at 10. So no leaks whatsoever. Wow. Always amazed in this day and age. All right, guy. Wow, the market's going to open in less than 15 seconds. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. You'll probably start to hear a ton of alerts. Okay, and we have our first halt of the day. HPK just got halted. Looks like it got halted on the way down, actually. And I should have mentioned this. Okay, so nothing will happen in my two windows here until 10:45. I'm sorry, 10:45, 9:45. You want to follow along my watch list up and down from the toolbar. Just click on New, excuse me, and then Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list. All right. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so don't load your layout unless you save things to the cloud, which. You know, guys, I mean, I talk about it all the time, so it happened to me. I mean, I had to reformat my computer. No problem. I had everything loaded in the cloud, so I just downloaded Trade Ideas, and everything was still there. So, all right, this one, again, all over the place usually, but let's take a look at Palantir. I mean, look at the move for Palantir now, PLTR. There's the Sangamo. GHI, well, there's, okay, guys, now this is another one of those GORs, all right? Remember GOR's Metropolis that became Laser, L-A-Z-R? And this is, you know, this is a classic, follow the money. Follow, if the guy's done it before, could he do it again? All right, so, I mean, this is one absolutely to watch. You know, it's off that 10. I don't know what company he is looking to merge with on this one. I don't know if he's even out there yet. CLSK continues here. Again, upgrade to 2024 by Wainwright. Continues here, CLSK. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Try to let things settle down a little bit. You know, I run the risk, of course, of missing out on something that just keeps moving higher and higher and higher, but that's just the way it is. Like this is doing. And, well, again, I'm going to trying to have a lot more patience with this one. This is the IPOC. I'm back in this one at $11 from yesterday. Sold out the day before and got back in at 11. Okay, well, a very quick one. You have the AI. All right, so CPE, which was such a beautiful move for well, it looks like about 3 weeks, 4 weeks or so, maybe even 5 weeks. And a bit of a down day yesterday, not terrible. Didn't take out the low of the day before. So INSG straight up, straight down. Probably coming into, what did it get up to? Got up to 1335. Yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is way up here, but I wouldn't look at that. I'd probably look, it's the same thing. INSG. But again, I'm just going to bide my time. Here's Segro on the way down a little bit here. I mean, it's still up 13%. So let's take a look at what the overall markets are doing. So the Dow's down, SPY's down, Nas is down. So these are all down so far. Okay, look, I mean, again, guys, look at this. So this hit almost $17, and then down to 16. So a dollar drop. Remember, this is a 2-minute chart. Now this one, SNOA. Yeah, trying to see a specific news on them. I don't really see. Okay, up 35% on Crown Laboratories partnership. Partnership with Crown Laboratories for a license and supply agreement for exclusive rights to sell and market products, dermatological market in the United States. Okay, so that is the news for Sonoma. But again, pretty whippy, up, down. Just like to see things settle down just a little bit. Market SPY is trying to come back a little. And unfortunately, it got halted down. Not unfortunately necessarily, but it got halted on the way down. SNOA. Yeah, it's possible. What is my font size right now? Is it really hard to read? Yeah, okay. All right, well, INSG after the initial whippiness, but I'm looking here. Looks like there could be some resistance right around 1370-ish or so. Stop it, Grumpy. Unless you're being serious. Yeah, so not to dawn. Yeah, the Bluetooth is kaput. So it actually was a hardware issue. So that's why I had to. Before, unfortunately, the guy from Dell could confirm it, we had to do a reformatting of my system just to make sure. And unfortunately, that didn't work. So I spent a lot of time reloading programs and software, etc. So I'm a little bit tired. It was a long, long, long day. So it will be you'll hear the background noise of my sound alerts for at least 7 to 10 days until I get the motherboard replaced, etc. So I do not have one. I don't use it. I don't use the toilet flush. I probably should. Then just in case I actually do, you guys wouldn't know. All right. Well, the INSG INSG says expanding its global footprint of its industry-leading 5G MiFi M2000 mobile hotspot in Japan. So that's the news for INSG. Well, it's on the move. Not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. Almost 100 million in the float, but it's almost. I mean, I guess that is the all-time high, 1534 for INSG. I'm going to give up on this GMDA. I've been watching this one for a while, for 4 or 5 days now. I'm just going to maybe just give up on it. I guess no harm in putting an alert at 11:26, just leaving it there, see if it ever happens. All right, start to see if we get anything in these two watch lists up and down. There is I put a delay of 15 minutes before we see anything in here. One of the reasons I do that is, I mean, look at Ride as an example. If I had Ride in here right off the bat, you would have seen this, it would have popped up and then it would have popped right down. So in theory, that would have been on the upside, but after 15 minutes, things may settle down a little bit and we might get a better idea of the trend. So as opposed to saying, Ride, pop in the watch list up, and then, in a very quick period of time, it's right back down. So that's why I do it. So the SPACs let's take a look at the ETF. See how much volume there is. Yeah, that's a problem, there's just no volume. Even the other day when I was looking at it, I had about 200,000 shares after I think 4 or 5 hours into the market. There's just really, if we want to call this the ETF, I mean that's what it says, but it really, really needs a lot more volume. All right, Seritage, SRG, making lows here. There's the 200-day moving average, so it has a bit to go. Yeah, this one, of course, yeah, how could we forget this one? Through the 200-day yesterday. Let's see if it takes that. Ah, right. So let's see if this one takes out these highs of the last 2 days. If it can do that, on some decent volume, it still has a shot to, keep filling or trying to fill in this void, which is almost about $9 to $10. Meanwhile, what is this one doing? XERS. All right, INSG continues a little move higher here. Now, this may not stall it. I mean, look at this. I mean, there is the next high looking left for 1522. All right, now you can maybe start to watch this CLSK, kind of basing a little bit here. Let's see if it can kind of find a little bit of a base and then move from it based on that 24 price target that Wainwright put on it. Any thoughts on it? I know it's on my watch list, but okay, so the only thing I saw on this, some kind of a CEO press release. Some guy signed on till I think the end of next year. That's all I really saw on it. I mean, I guess that was news was viewed as good after hours and then really good pre-market. I mean, if it can take out 450 maybe later on, I'll stick an alert there. You can just kind of see on that 15-minute chart a couple of highs right in that area. It's a low float, 14 million in the float. And meanwhile, FAT, great name for a company, FAT Brands, Truth in Advertising. There's some kind of a merger going on with this. Yeah, John, it's no real news, John, in the YouTube feed. I mean, all I really saw was something to do with CEO. Other than that, I didn't see any. But you know what? What we think is good news and what the market thinks, two different things. So INSG continues here, guys. Big area. I mean, it did take this out right there. Now it's the topping tail on that weekly chart, the next potential level. And we have a halt. Or a resume. Okay, ZAG just resumed. I didn't see the halt. Maybe it got halted a lot earlier. So ZAG just, and FAT just got halted. FAT got halted on the way up. And look at this. You have, looks like it's stacking up to be 1120, 1120. Magnus. And has anybody actually tried to get a hold of you? I know, I remember I don't remember what your issue was. It can be the old account that is blocking it. Let me just pop that into the support thread. They're going to need your email, as you know. Why don't I do this? I'm going to private message you, okay? And if you give me your email account that you use to sign up, problem is you probably have two of them, right? And they just have to get rid of one. So give me the emails, okay? I just sent you a private message. Give me your emails, and so they can look up the two accounts. CLSK guys, getting closer and closer to that 24 price target. So Magnus, did you see the private? Can you just give me the emails? SRG guys, man, that was a nice short. I didn't take it, unfortunately. So Magnus, can you hear me? Can you see the pop-up? I'm just kind of waiting on your emails. I don't want to put, you can put it in the room, but I can't wait forever because maybe you just don't see the pop-up. No pop-up, really? Okay. Well, okay. I'll delete it. Okay. Okay, I've given them your email, and I'm sorry. Hopefully they can get it straightened away today. So it looks like it says you're expired, but I think he has two. Yeah, for that email. Do you have another email, Magnus? Because it says that expired yesterday, 12/10. And I understand the issue might be you've got two accounts. Do you have another email? Okay. Well, if you put it in here, look, guys, there's the VT squared. It looks okay. And you're sure? Okay, I'll get rid of that. And you're sure that you have filled in, the whole issue about whether or not you are a pro trader or something like that. It has to be filled in. I can only do so much, Magnus. So they have. Yeah. You know what I'd like you to do, And I do apologize for this, but what I'd like you to do is go again to our homepage, start the live chat again, and let's get this resolved today. And you can even say, hi, it's Magnus from the trading room. Barry sent me here. Something to that effect. Okay. Another one of these blank checkers, SPACs, GXGX. Yeah, look at this. Just too erratic. The VTVT, I mean, pops up to 476, down to 424. Too erratic right now, guys. You know, those are very big percentage moves for dollar stock. Hard to hold on with any size anyway. All right, well, INSG over 14 now, getting closer and closer to an all-time high after that initial pop, pullback, and then it's almost been straight up. Yeah, keep an eye on WYY. Interesting move here. If it can take out this level right there, it's got a lot of room. WYY. Not very much volume. Sorry, not very much volume. I was attracted to the float here, 7.9 million in the float, but just not enough volume. Just one moment, please. Okay, here's another one on the move, CDXG, another one on the move. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. We are now into these little bios, ever since that crazy one 2 days ago, which actually, GLSI, actually I had shorts for it this morning. I almost was going to take a little. How many shorts? There are 18,000 now. There was about 1,000 shorts available for it this morning at Interactive Brokers. I didn't do it. That's a nice pop. Boy, look at that GMDA. Scratch that one. GMDA. On the do not follow list. Okay, so this must be an IPO, right? VVOS. An IPO? And let me make sure. Yeah, VVOS is an IPO just released. Roth Capital Partners. It was $6, very, very, very low float. 3.5 million at $6. So it's a bit above the IPO price. Ooh, BFT. Can't do it, Michael. It's the purpose of it is really it's a 30-second deal, and that's really the purpose of it, to allow things to come in, take a look at them. You don't want it to go, to be honest, you don't want it to be much quicker than that. You want real-time alerts and use an alert window, but the real purpose of a top list window is to, yeah, have a top list, take a look at it, analyze it a little bit. Because if it was refreshing even like every 10 seconds, it would drive you crazy. Okay, so my sound alerts have starting to dry up a little bit. I'm going to do one thing here. Give me a moment here, please. One moment, please. In fact, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second. Oh, sorry about that. Yes, I was on mute. Sorry about that. So I was just saying how INSG continues this march. I mean, this, who knows, maybe this will take out the all-time high. It's not that far away. I mean, right there, 1528, looks like the all-time high. I was mentioning the double X, double I. I don't know where the resistance is. You know what? It's very close to resistance right here. So it's at 243. Looking at the monthly chart, looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 250. You know, if it can find its way through that, I mean, then the next area would be 3. Tusk on the move again, guys. Had a big day, 3 days ago, and even yesterday. On the move again. Can it take out 4? And it's it's not a super low float, 33 million in the float. Not a ton of volume, though that volume does represent almost 18 times normal. That's because it hardly traded, all these days before. Hardly traded at all. Even this little REIT PEI making a little bit of a move. 126 on the alert. 137 right here. Hit a high of 150 in the pre-market. Another one, I saw this one, the pre-market, saw it after hours. Well, I didn't see it after hours, but I saw it in the pre-market. AHT, but once the market's open, it is just really, it's been an erratic one. Oh, look at this one. Look at this one going. That's not a low float. 38 million in the float. I was kind of hoping it would be one of those 2-3 million floaters, but it's not. But it is moving. NH. And if you look left on the monthly chart, the next high is about 527. On the weekly, kind of stepped up to here, about the same. So this does have room if it wants to keep, I like to see it base a little bit and then move. Just may not do it. Volume came in. Look at the volume of the 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart. Volume coming into it. Okay, another little bio. Now here's a little low floater, 9.4 million in the float, ETTX. Now the highs looking left here are around 3, so in theory this has some room. What is it right there? Yeah. In theory, this has some room. Let's see if it can base just a little bit rather than just being a pure chase. Great volume. 2 million, 25 times normal. Now NH, I mean, it may explode right through this. Guys, there's the CLSK. CLSK right back up to that area. Taking out the new high, making a new high. And there goes the Tusk. Another great old album. Tusk. Well, and there goes the NH. NH also. Come on, CLSK, rip. How is Disney doing? Is it still holding that big gap it had? Yes, it is. It is. I mean, it had a nice gap after hours. Bigger gap this morning. Holding and moving. All right, let's take a look to see what's happened from my watch list. Fat 970, what did it get up to? Well, that would have been awesome. 970, it got up to 1119 before it fell. 236 on the XII, not bad, 246 now. The CLSK, of course, 1698, 1760 on the high. I don't think this one really moved. 447. No, 475. So PEI 126. What did it get up to? Yeah. So, you know, every one of these, if you had taken them right at the alert, at some point you would have been up, you know, some significantly, some a little bit before they pulled back. I'm doing stuff on my own, Vicky. I've been having some issues with the system, so. So I've. Okay, what is. A 1 year time frame. You can put a. You can always ask. We have a daily, weekly, and monthly. You want 1 year? I don't know. You can always send to info at. So if you're asking me, are there any thoughts? No. But you can always send a request. Again, I have no idea if it'll. I have no idea if it'll do anything. Or they always look at them, but you know it's probably a low priority. I just want to tell you flat out. SPCB. So another one, Supercom. What do we got here? 120. Boy, it takes this 120 out. What is the next high looking left is 165. So I'm going to stick an alert right around 120. All right, now guys, again, I talk about this a lot. If you have the AI, you'll notice that the one that starts with the letter N, it got stopped out, but it has come back to our re-entry price. So again, I'm gonna go over the AI in a bit, but you should have that re-entry time and re-entry price column up and running. Yeah, I'm afraid of that. So MHK, I've had to project the screen in a different way today. And I know for some that causes problems. You might try to do a refresh. You can't see my screen, but if you see in the trading room, there is a refresh. You might try to reload. You might, if you're using Chrome as your browser, to disable the hardware accelerator. Hopefully by next week I can project the same way. If that all fails, you can always go to the YouTube feed. And I'll give you is the YouTube feed definitely life, guys. Life is life is great. Let me just give you the link for the YouTube feed. You'll definitely be able to see my screen there. You can stay in this room. You can stay in this room, and if you do that, then just make sure you mute the audio in YouTube. Otherwise, you'll have an echo. Okay? It probably doesn't take a brainiac to know the one I'm in, so. One of the reasons, I don't like to really, in something like this was more of a gut feel, okay, just because of I kind of took it on a chase. So consequently, that's where I really don't want to, say that I get into some of these that really is a bit of a gut feel. It's a chase based on the upgrade. Still in sync? What do you mean by that, Paradox? You mean in the YouTube feed? Well, let's put 18 now. So this was their old target. It was 18 for Wainwright. Vicky. Luckily, it's on warranty. Oh, I see. I see. Life at the same time. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know it's going to go up. I don't have crystal ball's not that good, but it was, I call it a feel. I mean, it's already up, but it's the news on it. I mean, an aggressive price target of 24. It's a fairly low float. I don't know. I don't know how much more it's going, but good enough for me. But it was a bit of a chase, and that consequently, it wasn't what I would call an announcement that I kind of want to make, saying, "Okay, I'm buying this." TPGY is not shortable for me. Paradox. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not able to use my my headsets for about 10 days due to a Bluetooth issue and all sorts of nonsense. So it's going to get fixed, but I need it's hardware fix, so it won't happen in 10 days. So consequently, I have to hear everything through my speakers. So that is what you do here, yes. All right, CDXC, and it's almost 10:30, so I guess a big welcome to the room. So yes, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen, live on the mic. And I will put a couple of links into the room, start discussing our program, what the AI is all about, what Brokers Plus is all about. Too uncomfortable, and I threw them all out. I never thought I'd need one again. Never thought I'd need one again. All right, so here is my homepage link. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, lots of information, including how to take out a subscription. There's the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for a 15% off savings after the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see we have 4 plans. The demo is going away. I don't know why we still have this here, so just forget the demo. Premium on an annual basis is $22.68 a year minus 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, and why people take premium over standard, is they do want to have access to the AI. All right, there are other differences. I will go over the AI in a bit. But that is the big difference. You do not have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, you can just keep on a monthly plan forever if you want. Standard is $118 a month. Premium is $228 a month. You'll get a discount, that 15% discount. You'll get it on the first month only. But if you're at any, well, look at XXII going, guys. If at any time you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly plan to an annual plan, you can do so, and we will honor the promo code. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I'm not sure. I don't think this week's triggered. It was Guild. Let me just do a quick check. Trigger was, I believe, 32, 62. Yeah, it's not going to trigger. So basically, there was no trade. Well, there was a trade of the week, but it never got active. The suggested buy was $62, so it never got active. But if you do sign up for it, there'll be another one Monday, and it'll get sent to your inbox usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens. Daily video. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do one. My program that I use to do my daily video, I'm having problems loading it. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do one today again. I couldn't do one yesterday. All the scans that I have that I'm sharing, you can click here. All the scans are right here. And education, look at NH, guys. Okay, look at NH. So the 20 lessons in 20 days, I like to pop that one into the room on its own. I like to pop it in on its own because, so if you click on the link, the 20 short lessons, this is what you'll see. If you're new to Trade Ideas, absolutely recommend, okay? Yes, somebody said this is not a lesson, but okay. But absolutely recommend to go through these. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas are covered here. They're not videos, it's all text-based, so very quick to go through. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on that link. Again, you can see what some of the basic features we have to offer. Daily support session. So I do monitor a YouTube feed at the same time as this one. And I take a break around noon. That's when one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube feed. Takes over between 12 and 1. I'm not sure who it is today. I think it might be Andy. But before I take off, just before noon, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can, if you want to head over there, you can. There's the free trading room, of course. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos. Watch. We'll have a lot of educational videos also. And ebooks. All right, so lots of information on my homepage. Now I'm going to go over the AI. All right, just got to, rearranging the window on my other monitor. Okay. All right, well, there's the 18. Let's see if we can really pop through 18 for CLSK. Yeah, wow on the NH, and it's not a crazy low float. 38 million. It's not a crazy low float situation. First alert was here, 355. 355 in this window, wow. And the reason it's a little bit later, let me see what it had done. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. You know, just before this move, you know, I do have a count filter has to have at least 45 new highs, and it didn't hit that until 355, I guess. This is not a members only room, no, Dave. It is. We use this for a marketing tool, so it's not a members. That's why it's free, though. Oh, I'm sure it's moving. I'm sure life is moving. I'm sure life is passing me by. Definitely. Well, the simple answer to that is that you know, I'm going to go over I'll go over the AI right now, okay? And I'll tell you probably why it didn't pop up on the AI. First of all, we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine. That's what happened last night once the market closed. And out of the 50 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. Now, these are the long strategies, okay? And there might have been a strategy that would have made the cut, that would have found, say, NH. But these strategies, with the filters in place, etc., you know, NH did not trigger. It's that simple. So what I would do then is to follow the AI all day long. You need our premium service, and from the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is your window. So you can see we had a pretty good one right off the bat. TCDA 754. It got up to 810. It was taken out at 806. That's not a bad exit. This is what I'm trying to tell you, though. Okay, so NK did get stopped out. It got stopped out, but there is a re-entry price right there at 1261. Nothing scientific. Halfway between the entry and the stop was 1261. That's how these are calculated immediately. Okay, so when you get the alert, this is calculated, but nothing will trigger unless the stock at some point during the day hits the stop price and then comes back up to the midpoint. That's what happened at 1020. So you had a second opportunity to get in at 1261, and it's at 1290 now. So if you do not have these reentry time and reentry price columns up, please add them. It's very simple. Right click, columns, and it's in alphabetical order. Okay? So that's what I would absolutely do. And then you have this window, and you can incorporate the window as part of your layout. Okay? So you don't have to go through the exercise every morning of loading it. And you know, people ask, well, how do you trade the AI? It's up to you. I mean, I use it as a watch list. You know, I'll follow all these all day long. There might be different entry points potentially. Okay, so it's up to you how you use it. Boy, we're getting a lot of low float ever since that GKSI hit us a couple of days ago. We've had a lot of low float situations just running or activating. All right, so I do want to talk a little bit about our program before I talk about Brokerage Plus. So our program is what I call anyway, is an event-based scanner. So what do I mean by that? Take a look at this one, the basic new highs and lows. It'll just show you what the filters I'm using. So here are the filters I'm using. And you can, of course, if you want this one, you can have it, and you can, of course, make adjustments. You know, I mean, I've got between 1 and 20 as a price range. That's what I like, but, you know, you might have a different idea. You might have a different idea on the volume. You know, just things like that. So you can make changes, of course. I call this is more or less like a template that if you want it, you can have it. I use it. I don't make any changes, of course. This is what I like to see. So this is the event, though I shouldn't ran too quickly. So here are the filters that are in place. If all these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, then I get a real-time alert. All right? So with Trade Ideas, we have many, many, many filters and alerts that you can choose from, kind of a la carte. I mean, I'm not going to go through them all, but here are all the filters, you know, tons and tons of filters. Sorry, alerts, real-time alerts. Okay, lots and lots and lots of them. You don't have to know a programming language. It's just kind of picking and choosing. And here, with the icons here are all the filters. So the concept is really you start off built with your filters first because you want to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So typically, I mean, what I do, you know, I'm going to have a minimum volume I'm going to look at. I'm going to look at a percentage, a minimum or a price range. I'll also use this relative volume filter a lot, you know, because I want stocks to be trading abnormally. Just because a stock trades a million shares doesn't mean that's abnormal for it. So I want stocks to be trading abnormally volume-wise compared to how they normally trade. So that's how I usually set up everything. And I'm a momentum trader, so I like to see stocks making new highs or new lows. But there are a lot of other alerts that you can use. Okay, and so when Trade Ideas started this program back in 2003. Instead of creating a programming language that you would have to learn, we said, okay, let's make it really easy for the majority of people just to pick and choose what you want from a big list. So you don't have to know anything about programming. Does it have everything that everybody wants? Of course not. But it has probably 99% of what most people want. So that is what Trade Ideas is all about. Now, we have what we call an external linking tool. External linking, and what that does is, it almost doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, we will link with most brokerage platforms out there. What does linking do? It means that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your brokerage platform. And then from within your brokerage platform, you trade. So it's a time saver. If you're like me and you're clicking on, you know, many alerts all day long, it would just be a real hassle if I had to, you know, keep typing in the alerts into my order entry. So it's a nice little time saver. You click on the alert within Trade Ideas, it loads into your order entry in your brokerage platform. Now, we have a special arrangement with one of the brokers called Interactive Brokers, so that you can use this window that you see here. Yes! Sorry guys, shameful cheering on of CLSK. So you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to actually trade your Interactive Brokers account from within this window. How do you do that? Drum roll. I've just popped the Brokerage Plus. I've just popped the Brokerage Plus intro into the room. Okay, I'll answer your question quickly, Larry. So when you say windows, you're talking charts, of course. So there are only two options you have with our charts. You can either have them linked or unlinked. So if you right-click on a chart and go to Properties, and you see where it says Symbol Linking. So you can either check it, which I do for all of these charts. So that's why, as you say, when I click on a symbol, it loads in all these charts because they're all linked. The SPY chart is unlinked. That's why it doesn't change. Okay, so there's really just two. So again, right click, Properties, and then symbol linking. You either check it or uncheck it. Okay? Well, hot, you know what. This is why sometimes, guys, reading the news does help. All right? You know, I don't get married to the news, but you know, a pretty aggressive price target, you know, right sector, you know, again, if you think this EV sector is, I don't see any reason why we don't think it's going to go going forward years and years, and it's not just going to keep growing and growing. You know, this is an infrastructure play on it. Oh, the okay. If you left click on the chart, just to make it the active chart, and then you literally just start typing. If you start typing, the change box, this change symbol box should show up, and then you can click change or hit return on your keyboard. If for some reason, okay, it works. For some of you, when you left click and you start typing, nothing happens. And if you hit your space bar on your keyboard, then the box should show up. Okay. So I talked about the Brokerage Plus window, or Brokerage Plus. That video will show you exactly how you can use your Interactive Brokers account and use this window to trade. So you don't have to trade from with Interactive Brokers. You can use this to trade. You can do things like setting up. So say you click on SLDB and you like it, you can go back, hover over, and you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. That and that video shows you how you can do it. So this is not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close, guys. I mean, you set these things up ahead of time. And so, for me personally, auto trading, I mean, I would much rather click on the alert, take a quick look at the chart, look what I'm seeing, see what I'm seeing, see if there's any resistance nearby, how much room does it have. I can size that up pretty quickly. If I like what I see, I just go back, right click, and hover, and and pick the one how I want to trade it. Okay. Well, quickly set up. I don't know about quick. Ooh, good. I don't know about quickly, but you do have your hearts if you've used the hearts before, and that'll quickly. There's no quicker way, I guess. The other thing is that you can always. They don't? Why not? That I can't help you with. I didn't know that was a limitation. Hard to believe. Give me an OTC stock. Just give me one. Now, is it possible you don't have... Just give me one OTC... Well, here. This one, GBTF. Not that one. What is it? GBTC. GBTC. So GBTC is OTC. Does it not load for you? And you click on the heart as an example. So what's not happening? It's possible that I'm on a bit of a development. Do you guys get charts? You click on the heart and it doesn't appear in your list. Yeah, don't worry. Have you, how about anybody else? Anybody else? I want to make sure. I don't know if it's a bug or it's a limitation. I have no idea. I don't. Okay, I added it. I'm going to see later on if it's in my liked. Okay, I just want to continue this, and then I'll go back. So, if you take an OTC stock and heart it, does it show up in your my liked? No, I'm not talking to you. Italian designer, the dreamer. I want to see if it's happening with everybody. Before I go to our tech guys and say, is this an issue? Holy smokes! I mean, look at what a run this had. NH. Okay, can it take this out? Okay, 18, 19. Okay, so guys, here it is. I mean, please, 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 if you have the AI, please add the reentry time and price column, please. You know, so the AI was a little bit early on this alert for NK, got stopped out, okay? Had a reentry at 1261, even a better reentry to be honest, at 1287. Look at it now. Please add that column, the two columns, reentry time and reentry price. And you'll get a sound alert too, just like, you know, if you put a sound alert on the AI, you'll get a sound alert when you do get a reentry. Notice that you just have to look at this column. None of the other ones have had a reentry yet. And you know, we only get a few, maybe 2 or 3 a day, sometimes none. So please add those columns. You just have to add the columns. You know, right click on one of your column headers, click on columns, and then add. You know, this is alphabetical order. Yeah, right click on a column header, right click, any column header, right click, and it brings up this where it says columns. Okay? And then this is just alphabetical order. Okay? So now the other way to use Brokerage Plus, and for a lot of you, especially if you're new to trading, or if you want to test a strategy or, you know, do some test trades, you can use this as a paper trader, simulation trading, okay? And from the toolbar, you just click on Sim, and then you'll be launched into simulation trading. Doesn't matter what broker you've got. Look at NH. Good Lord. Wow. It's not a crazy, crazy low float. Anyway, you'll be launched. It uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It uses our real-time data. I cannot emphasize them enough. I know it's all very exciting to want to start trading immediately if you've never traded before. But you should practice trading first. All right, and it's a great simulator. It's really simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell. Probably if you're new, you're not going to do that. And if you're going to go long, you buy it. So let's just do one and see what would happen. Now, other things you can do with the simulator. A lot of you might like to play pullback. So let's take a look at PROG right here. Let's say you wanted to buy it on a pullback right to that level here, 450. So pick how many shares. I'm going to get 450. I'll type it in both. And you're right, my font size has changed. Don't know why, but. And then you click buy. And you will see right on the chart, there's a line, that blue line right there. So if this goes down to 450, it'll take the trade. Okay, it'll take the trade. And I can put a target I put a target afterwards and all, but this is what we call a conditional buy order. And you could have done it on the upside too. You know, maybe if I said, well, you know what, I'd rather take it on a break of 480, a high of the day, I could have done that too. But I'll leave it like this, just to show you, if it does get down here, show you how it will take the trade. Now let's take a trade though. Yeah, I don't know why it changed. I don't even know what my font size is. It's fine for me. It's probably going to jumble things around a little bit. So let's see what happens. See if that's going to be too big. Yeah, I'm going to make it 9. And let's see if we can work with this. Okay, I guess that's not too bad. I'm seeing, I guess, about all the columns I want. Okay, that's not too bad, I guess. Thank you, Vicky. So let me see if I can take. I'm just trying to find one that. Okay, now listen. Not that I would do this, but and what's the spread like? Terrible spread. Okay. Okay, I'll take this trade. Okay, I just want to show you how you can do it. I think this is probably one of those. Yeah, it's a blank. So I just want to show you how you do it. If I want to take this trade right now, here's what's happened. That's the issue. Thinkorswim is not supported in terms of this brokerage plus window. Okay. I guess that's not the worst thing. Yeah, we are looking at it, adding more platforms that you'll be able to use this in, but right now, Interactive Brokers is the only one. So what was the one I was going to do? I was going to do... So I was going to take this STPK. So see, the symbol shows up here. I'll take a couple hundred shares. I'll buy it right at the market. Okay, so there it is. Took the trade. And notice PROG, it took the trade. It got down to that level. Okay, it got down to that level. Now I can make up my mind if I want to keep it. You know, these are hotkeys. That's the other issue, Vicky. Yeah, I can't display everything. Well, I'll just do this here. These are hotkeys. I can flatten, get out of a position. I can get out of half my position. I can double my position. Okay, these are hotkeys that you can use. Yeah, I'm going to have to maybe even go to 9 or something instead of 10. So now you can put a stop in. Okay, so for the STPK, I can put a stop in. You should always know what your stop is ahead of time. That'll determine the size, how many shares you're going to take. Because in essence, what you'll do is your entry price minus the stop, whatever that number is. Divide that into $100 if that's what you're willing to risk on a trade. That'll determine your that will determine your share size. You know, in my opinion, and a lot of people's opinion in this room, especially real, you know, you should risk the same amount per trade in terms of dollar size. It's not a matter of taking 100 shares a trade, 1,000 shares a trade, 500 shares a trade. You know, in my opinion, you should risk a certain amount per trade based on your account size. So if you had $1,000, if you had 5,000 in your account, you're obviously not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So now, show you how you put your stop in. So if my stop is 1752, you will see it'll show up right on the screen. And there it is. So if it got down, it's close. It might take me out right now. It might take me out right away. I just want to show you how that works. If it is 1752, it's going to take me out for a $67 loss. Just wanting to see if this actually got taken out yet. It still hasn't been taken out yet. It's kissing the price. It's bouncing off. Yeah, different theories out there, Jay. I've always subscribed to the dollar amount. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's what I do. Vicky, I'm going to have to go back to the other font or try 9. See what happens if I do 9. Still not. So I must have been at 8 before. I must have always been at 8. Let me just get rid of a couple of these columns. Maybe that's it. Maybe it didn't... close. All right, guys. Just looking for anything else that I might want to. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm out of the. Out of the CLSK, as Real said, so you can make you profit on the upside, profit on the downside. I'm still going to keep an eye on it though if it takes out this later on in the day. And the NH, what did NH do? Was that even shortable for me? Not shortable for me, nope. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get, sorry Vicky, I'm gonna have to get back to that other one. This must have been what it was before, because that seems to be the only font that, anyway, I'll figure it out on the weekend. Oh. Okay. Okay, so you did see how that worked, just to let you know. So the STPK, it actually hit the price. So this is I really, actually, I wanted that to happen because, we talk about stops all the time. And even if we talk about stops all the time and people say, yeah, okay, I've never really considered having stops all the time, but I'm hearing that that's a good thing, all right? So you do put a stop in, and it's a mental stop. And, with all the right intentions, that you will get out if it does hit your stop. And then you know what happens. It gets to your stop price and you start second guessing where you put your stop. You start saying, well, maybe that was too tight because, I know this is a great setup and it's going to work. So you start reducing your stop. You start in your head. You start saying, okay, maybe my stop should be down here at 1728 instead of here. And it keeps moving down. So remember, when you created your stop and your entry price, the number of shares you took, it's easy math. But if you're willing to risk $100 on the trade and manage whatever that number is, your account size, it could be $50, it could be $25. All depends on your account size. So, you get into a trade, they're not all going to work, so you have to have a manageable amount that you're going to risk. And so let's just say it is 100. It hits your stop, you get out, $100 loss, okay, you move on. But again, if you're stubborn and you think, wow, my stop was too close, so now, and it keeps moving down, and now the $100 loss is turning into 150, it's turning into 200, it's turning into 300 because you really, really are stubborn and you can't believe it's not going to come back. And then finally you exit out of, sweat's coming down, you're starting to shake and you say, yeah, get me out of this. So that $400 loss or the $100 manageable loss has turned into a $400 loss. So what I try to demonstrate here is if that's you, if I'm talking to you, then if you put that stop in and you just let it hit it and it takes you out of the trade, there's no motion, okay? It just takes you out of the trade and you move on, if that is you.
No idea.
Okay? It's really, I don't want to say it's that simple, but we've all done it. Let's not fool ourselves, we've all done it. It took me, oh man, it seemed to take me forever to obey my stops. I would always sort of whittle away on them. Say, that wasn't really a good stop. And because I've read that this is going to go up, I've read so many great things. This is a great setup. Other times when I've been in a setup like this, it works. Or even worse, other times I've been in a setup like this and it moves down and then it bounces. That's almost the worst thing that can happen, because that starts to give you false confidence. That, well, see, I didn't obey my stop. It went way below my stop and then it bounced. And I made a ton of money. Okay? But we've all done it. Okay, Tim, I may be able to help you if you tell me what you're looking for. Okay? If I can't help you, I'll send you somewhere else, but I may be able to help you. Well, and the other thing though is, for instance, this is a great example. NK. Now it has come back down, all right. But listen, it's a great example. If you took this trade at 1287, now I probably wouldn't have had it such a low stop, but okay. If you took the trade at 1287 and you stopped out at 1235. Commissions are so cheap. Some are free. not with Interactive Brokers, but if you don't have to have Interactive Brokers to use the AI, obviously. So you could have taken this trade in whatever brokerage account you got. But commissions are so cheap, and then you get back in at 1261, and it heads all the way up to 1352. Way covering if you had actually allowed it to get stopped out here. But there's no excuse for not getting out of a trade because of commissions. It used to be that was a good excuse. Those of you who have been trading for a few years, the commissions used to be, $200, $300, $400. Used to be your percentage of your order. And, so yeah, you did not want to get in and out of trades. But there's no excuse now. Zero. Yeah, you're talking probably more in the States, right? In Canada we don't have the PDT. We don't have that. So there's just no issue. Oh man, okay, that's a tough one. Tim, I thought, you're asking, you'd have to send the cloud link. There could be a bunch of reasons why. It's going to be a little hard for me to go back in time, 2 days ago at a specific time. Now we can see what it was doing. I can maybe give you something that you can take a look at. Okay. And you might be able to determine yourself. History. Okay, so I can pick the time frame. Okay, so this is what I use now. If I'm wanting to see what happened at different times, what filters were met, what were the values, etc. Okay, so you can use this. And then what you do is configure symbol lists and then type in SFIX. Okay, and then go to history. Pick your time frame. Just put it whatever that time you wanted. 12:09 at 9:40 Eastern time. Okay, just make sure that gets set there, and then you will see then, now I don't know what filters you've got. You can have as many filters as you want up here. So make sure that the filters that you're using are up here. Does this all make sense? You know, because you can just configure. Does it make sense? Okay, so just make sure. And then you will see. Now, what was your alert? The 5-minute alert. So obviously then your alert type, I have a new high here, so you'd have to change, you can change that to, you will change that to a 5-minute high. Okay? And then run it and see what happened. What were all those filters, especially the ones that you have? What was it at 9:45? Or sorry, not 9:40. And you might find that whatever filter you've got blocked it. It's a good exercise. This is also a good exercise, you know, for those of you who are interested in maybe creating your own types of strategies. Because you might say, gee, NK, how can I capture a move like NK in other, like, is there a strategy, some kind of a setup that I could use, or how about the NH? Like the NH better. You know, how could I have caught an NH move right here? Okay? What other stocks may have done that? And that's when you can use the stocks like us, or like this. No, there's no video. There's no video on it. I mean, that's why I'm telling you. I mean, there's nothing for you to do. When I say that, make sure you have your alert windows or your filters in headers. And as I said, then all you have to do is go to your history, time frame. You wanted that time frame. You know what I would do is I would start it at 9:30 and go to 9:50 just to see what would happen. You know, you'll see, then run the history on it, and you'll see everything that happened with all the filters, like all the values. And it's very possible that whatever value you're using prevented it. Let's just say for argument's sake, I mean, I don't know. Let's just say for argument's sake that you had a relative volume of 8. Okay? And you'll see right there it says 6.8. I get this is just, I'm just making things up here for this particular symbol. And you'd say, oh, okay, well, the relative volume had to be 7 before I saw this, and it was 6.8. That would be one reason why, you know, something is being blocked. It could just be a filter value that you think, well, I didn't realize that would block SFIX from my seeing it at that time. Okay? So there's no video on it. It's just a little bit of trial and error. Okay? So here it is. Just a minute, please. Hello? Yes, it is. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, wow, okay, they told me 7 to 10 days, so that's good, yes. Just 1 second, please, because now, that won't affect, will that affect Wi-Fi and all that around the house? Yeah. Well, I guess what's going to happen is you're going to replace the motherboard, and also I think that there is well, the issue is Bluetooth. We can't get Bluetooth running, and I guess is that on another little card or something? Hopefully it was in the email that you got. Because it is a Bluetooth issue, okay, and Bluetooth is not on the motherboard. They are going to replace the motherboard, or you're supposed to replace the motherboard, but in talking to the Dell tech, he said, but it's a Bluetooth issue, so yes, we're going to replace the motherboard, but there's another card or something that has Bluetooth on it? Not the Wi-Fi card, no, okay. So what you're saying is, Wi-Fi. The reason I'm asking is my wife works here too, and she needs to be still running. So whatever you're going to do on my computer will not affect that. Okay. 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 Perfect. It's a desktop. Just wanted to make sure. I figured that, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so on Monday, now, is it possible you could come in sometime after 12 o'clock? Okay. Yes, and unit 24, and there's a buzzer. You have to press the buzzer 616, and I open the gate for you. You can come on in. So, that's perfect. Now, the only other thing too is, and I don't know if it's on that work order, we did talk about the video card. And, oh, just a minute, please. All right, yeah, I guess you heard, yay, I'm getting the fix on Monday. Okay, I know, sorry. I know, I need to mute, I need to mute, I need to mute. That's okay. Okay, guys, so where was I? I was talking to, who was I talking to? So Tim, so you understand kind of what you're going to do. Let me know how it works. No, that was a Dell guy. So, all right, what time is it? 11:24. On a top list, what is the way to make it update every 30 seconds? There's no way. That's the default, and that's all. Okay, you cannot change that. Yes, yes. So yeah, I was kind of explaining how you can create your own strategy. You sort of take a look at something like an NH and you say, wow, I wouldn't mind, like, what happened right there, as an example. What happened right there? What were the filters that were, like, if you put a whole bunch of filters in the columns, you'll see the values. And then you can start to say, okay, I could take that and create a strategy maybe based on that, so I could maybe see the same sort of action in another stock later on. This is more advanced, okay? Most of our customers do not do anything like that. Okay, Tim, yeah, and I hope you watched or you saw the 20 lessons also. I think that the 20 lessons, not that it's going to cover that specific thing that we were just talking about, but I think the 20 lessons is pretty good also. Yeah, they should close their parks more often. You wonder if it's a, you wonder how much they make on their parks. I mean, this whole thing with Disney right now is that, the world is saying, you know what, you guys just stream and that's it. I mean, obviously they made money on their theme parks, but before, I mean, that's how they got rolling, and the movies. But I wonder what the split was on, and this is going way back, of course, what the split was, and say over the last 20 years, how much does Disney make on their movies that they create versus theme parks? Okay, so Larry, what is the alert? Is it voice? Like is it text to voice? Like reading out the symbol or calling out the symbol? Okay, so it's more than likely this one, the basic new highs and lows. Okay, so if you right click, properties, actions. So right click, it's more than likely it's this one. So right click, properties, actions, and you see it says built-in text to speech. So if you don't want to hear it anymore, just uncheck it. Okay? You just uncheck it, say okay, and that'll get rid of it. Now, if it's not that one, there's no easy way. I mean, if you wanted to get rid of everything, you didn't want to hear any sounds at all, this is a toggle, sound toggle between that Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. It's a toggle on and off. All right, if you didn't want to hear anything. Otherwise, you would have to look at each alert window and do what I just did. Right click, properties, actions, and then you'll see, what the sound is. Okay, so did that work? Was not the one. Okay, so there's no easy way to do it. You have to look at all your alert windows, right click, properties, actions, and then you'll see it. No, there's no other easy way to do it. Okay. Meanwhile, time is at 11:30. It's been for me, it's been a bit of a slow morning. I was asked that question earlier. What do I think of VTVT? Not much. It had a little press release about a CEO. They may have announced that after hours yesterday. Had a huge pop this morning, but it's basically drifted down ever since. So I don't really think too much of it. Okay, so what are you saying? You didn't hear my further explanation then, if it's not on the basic new highs and lows? Okay, so there's no easy way now. What I was saying is that if you wanted to get rid of, if you didn't want any sound alerts at all, you just were tired of them, this is a toggle. So between the Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, that little sound icon, that's a toggle on and off. So if you see a diagonal through it, that means all your sounds are off, okay? But that may not be what you want to do. The only other way you can do this is you have to go through each alert window. There's no easy way. Right click, each alert window, properties, actions, and then you'll see here, and you'll see text to voice on another one. I'm surprised it's not that one if you've down, because this is the only one I think I've got it on. Really? I did not think I had that on here. I guess I do. Oh, I see. Okay. The thing is that you only hear this once. You hear it here and it'd be almost concurrent and you'd never hear it again. Because, in this one, this is the only time you'll hear this. That's why it's called no repeat. Yeah, we don't have EMAs at all, D-Trent. Common question, but we don't have EMAs at all. Now, if you're willing to use SMAs, so we have, okay, so we have, and again, I don't know what would be the reasonable equivalent to a 13 EMA, but we have 8, 10, 20, obviously 50 and 200, and 50 and 200 not, but you can try these, a 10 maybe, or I don't know. You can try, but yeah, we don't have EMAs. And then what you would do, you just add the filter and the change from, so if it was within 1%, literally, you could do something like this. I mean, if you wanted it like literally at 1%, but you may not get very many alerts, exactly 99%. So that would be with 1%, but I mean, I think that that's wrong. I'm sorry. But you can, yeah. But again, I don't know. If you definitely need 13 EMA, then we don't have it. Just a minute here. I think I'm confusing something. No, okay, yeah, you just use that. So, yeah, I'm right. But a question that we get asked all the time. Oh no, I'm not always right. Not today. I'm in a. This is definitely a lack of sleep day. Yeah, that would give you, yes. That'll give you right around it. Yeah, but you weren't also spending 10 hours when you're already tired fooling around with a computer, loading stuff after spending. Thank you, KK, so much. And then guy with Dell. Oh, man. And then, anyway, it doesn't matter. It's the weekend is upon us. Well, it's on warranty. Company gave it to me, so why not? It's a good computer. I mean, it's just something happened. Well, yeah, all you have to do is you info at now. Listen, we get these all the time. I know I don't want to tell you that if you said, you know what, I want the 13 EMA. It's been asked for years. We've had EMA filters asked for years. You can send it as a custom feature request. It does actually get into a folder. But I'm not going to snow you. EMAs have been asked for years. Meanwhile, National Health, or whatever you're called, Nanti Health, another rip higher here. All right, I just want to find out who is on the YouTube feed today. There is something about having the repetitive value of over and over and over again. You cannot miss it, you know. My guess is that space has had a big drop. That's my guess, yep. I don't know. Is there some news? Well, it looks like they had some news at 11:50 on the 9th, so basically hitting the market yesterday. So there was a little bit of reaction yesterday to it. And then there's the big reaction today. But this was the news, significant right here. This was the news, though. That actually hit on the, well, it should say here. It actually hit on December 9th at 23:50, so just before, almost December 10th. So it may be just a super delayed reaction. I'm not sure this was ever shortable at Interactive Brokers. That did not show up. So it's one yesterday and one today did not show up in the Halts Resumes. Sometimes I say, a lot of times these IPOs, they'll show up as a resume, but not today. Look at all these SPACs. This is getting stupid. This is just getting really, really, really stupid. All these look at these. I mean, they're all released today. Probably by the end of this year, there could easily be 200. Well, there is, yeah. I mean, they tried with this one on the ETF. Look at the volume, though. It just doesn't trade. Yeah, so if you're a serious QWERTY nerd, look it up, okay? But if I brought one up, okay, not that one because it's too new, CGRO. So if you look at the profile, a blank check company formed for the purpose of effecting a merger, capital stock exchange, etc. Basically, they've got money, they've been able to raise money, and now they're looking for a company to buy or merge with. One moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. And getting close to my break. Sort of, Cam. Sort of. I remember, I mean, I was around then. But yeah, sort of. The only difference is, of course, is if you really remember those times, some analysts will say, well, we think, the stock is at $20. We think that we can see $100 in a year. And in a minute, it would go to $100. Never mind a year. It was insane. No rhyme, no reason for it. So, guys, SPCB as an example, okay? So it's a really low float. What did it hit? So this is what I'm going to be looking for in the afternoon. Say 1:30 to 2 o'clock onwards. Some of these ones that had big pops. I'm not saying this is going to happen with SPCB, but some of these ones that had big pops, and now they've pulled back and they're kind of doing nothing. Time and time again, what we see happen is that all of a sudden traders get interested again and they can pop these. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen with SPCB, but for some of the high flyers that have, did something like this, pulled back and now are kind of flattening out. Again, we see it time and again that they get traders get involved again. And of course, what we want to do, if it's going to work, it has to be on volume. So we need a big volume pop. And this got halted. VVOS just got halted. Yeah. Okay. So this is an IPO today, right? It just got halted. It resumed. So it's been halted several times. So this is actually one of them. Looks like it came out at 10. So this is what I was saying. A lot of times when it's an IPO, it shows up for the first time as a resume. So this is, wow, this is pretty interesting, yeah. Who's behind that one without looking at it? No, I may as well look at it. Nobody. Oh, this was the one at 6. Oh man. I thought this was a new one. So this is the one that there's only 3.5 million shares issued, it looks like, and it was at 6. Now that's too bad because this is what I typically do. I don't usually trade IPOs the first day, but what I'll do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, well, an hour and a half, 7. Well, that's close. What I do is I put an alert sort of on a 2-hour high, which that would have been close. And then sometimes I will trade them on the day of, if it breaks that 2-hour, that 2-hour high. And boy, did it ever. I mean, 923. 1225 halted, but even here, I mean, right there, a little bit scary with the number of shares they issued, 3.5 million. All right, guys, I do want to put the announcement in the room that I'm going to be. Where is my little thing here? Okay. Yeah, I mean, look at NK guys. I mean, another opportunity that you could have got in. I mean, even at that original, entry, it's through. As I say, how to use it? Use it as a watch list. You could have entries all day long in some of these. I'm not saying it's going to be like that every single day, but if you use it as a watch list, you can start getting entries many different times during the day. And I'll pop the link into the room in case you do want to go. I think it's Andy today in the YouTube room from 12 to 1. So when I take my break, you can head over there if that's what you want to do. No, that'd be a nice testimonial. Guys, just a general question on my screen display. How is it compared to, if you can kind of remember, compared to all the previous days? Okay, Andy, I will stop right now.
Order filled.
Hello traders, let me know when you can hear me and see my screen. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me out there? Hello traders, this is Andy. Let me know when you can hear me. You can see my screen. All right, Mike C. I knew you would come through, buddy. How are you? Hi Casey, hi Kevin. Hi Real. All right guys, welcome to the Friday edition. I hope I'm coming through loud and clear for everybody. And this is the support webinar. This is where we encourage those who may be new to the software or struggling with some ideas to venture in here and ask some questions, and we will help you out in that regard. But of course my wife decides to try to call right as I'm... Okay, good. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Once again, guys, for those of you who may be new, this is the support webinar we do every day at 12 Eastern Time. This is where you come in and ask questions. We'll talk a little bit about stocks if we don't have any questions regarding the software, but we do encourage this time to be spent to help as many people as we can with the software. That being said, I hope everybody's getting ready for the Christmas holidays. or the Hanukkah holidays, whatever you may celebrate, or if you don't, you still get holidays because a lot of people take it off. That's for sure. So the market, yeah, it's kind of strange. I'm actually pretty flat now, and actually a little bearish with some just some SDSs that I bought a few days ago and added to my position today. But we'll see what happens. But pretty much out of all longs right now. Now let's take a look at the SPYs while we have them up here. And right now we're trying to hold on a key level here, going back to, boy, this was kind of a strange day there. A huge gap up and sell off all day, but nonetheless, let's draw it up, and that's kind of where we're at right now. Pegged between the 10 period moving average and the 20 period moving average, so kind of in no man's land right here. But still seeing some weakness out there. For sure. We all know the RSI. I think Steve showed that in a webinar the other day. Just hasn't had the same ump as it did back over here when it was hitting highs. This last move we had into new high territory, the relative strength was just not there, So we'll see what happens. I think it's important for the bulls to try to hold this 20 period moving average. Below that, and we could have a date with some areas down here, may possibly about right here is where we could possibly meet up with the 50 period moving average. If you're looking for maybe a pullback to take advantage of some opportunity out there, that's if we break. If we hold here, then all bets are off, of course. But this is an area I'll be watching if we do break that 20 period. Let me just go ahead and set a price alert there. It's what I do a lot of times. If I'm looking at stocks and looking for a possible entry, I'll just come in here and I'll set me a little price alert so I will know when it happens. You guys are kind of quiet today. No questions coming in. Make sure I'm caught up to date in the chat. Yeah, looks like my scroll bar is all the way to the bottom, so just folks being a little shy today, or maybe just fatigued after the long weekend. Hey Aja, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. Not sure we even hit that 20 period yet, so it could be close enough for government work, they say. Busy making money in DOTA. Nice. Wait, is that an acronym that stands for something? Dawn of the Dead. Yes. Let's take a look at that. I brought that up in the webinar yesterday. And if you missed it, I'm glad you brought that up, Aja, because I focused on this in my webinar, this Dawn of the Day, and there's been some really good plays coming out of this in the last several weeks there. And I think I'll drop it in there for those who do not have it. But what it looks for stocks that are getting beat up. Boy, that was a good one. I doubt it was coming through yesterday. I'd have to go back and look. Nah, it's probably not close enough to these highs over here. Sure it wasn't. But boy, nice one today if you caught it early, that's for sure. Now here's one that's seeing some follow through. This one would have been coming through probably yesterday. Life is definitely having life. You're right there. for sure. Who said that? Was it Rodak? Why, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna call you Ro. But boy, yeah, nice move there. But anyway, yeah, guys, I'm gonna share this with you because, and what I focused on in the webinar yesterday is IWM. Ever since we kind of had this kind of explosive move in IWM outperforming the other indices, this has really come to life. There has been some gold to be found in this thing for sure. Not gold stocks, but just some opportunity. A lot of energy plays had some really good moves. There's nothing tied to this as far as fundamentals go. There's no fundamental filters in here like I have in relative growth fishing, where you have to have the stock has to have a certain revenue growth. Speaking of revenue growth, look at that RVNC. It's a big revenue growth percentage. It's got some. Yeah, it's kind of a tough one there, man. It's in a downtrend. I'd rather it be these hitting. I'd be interested in this if this was trading up here, maybe around 2650 or something like that. But but could be breaking this downtrend right here, and that's what it's trying to do. Maybe you want to keep an eye on the next couple of days. Anyway, before I forget, let me share that Dawn of the Dead real quick. It's nothing complicated about this top list. Just looking for stocks trading in their lower, basically 10% of their lifetime range. So basically near lows, lifetime lows, and now they're possibly rising from the dead. So let me share that. I've never been one to be afraid. There's a lot of people that do not like to bottom fish, and I don't mind trying it. I mean, let's face it, majority of people out there are looking for strong stocks, pulling back to major averages and things like that. So a lot of time I think these stocks can go beneath the radar. In other words, not a lot of people are missing them or are not looking for them. They're looking for stronger stocks. That's the majority of people. So I think a lot of times you can sneak in and get you a really good position, under the radar. And boy, when you do hit it, you hit it big because once after a couple of days, once it really starts kind of breaking out of maybe a range or a trend, breaking a trend or whatever, then you get other buyers coming in, just kind of pushing the momentum higher. So when you're in early, you can add to your position. There's a lot of things you can do. So I do not mind bottom fishing at all. Just go back in here. I'm going to go this Dawn of the Dead and go to a time frame and look at like what was coming through here on one of the dates I showed yesterday. And I'm not just cherry picking a date. I went through at least half a dozen of these dates, man. There were stocks in here all over the place. But this was on November 16th, and you can see what I'm talking about. A lot of times you can catch these moves like on this one right here. Well, if you're watching this and you see this pop up out of this range on volume, and the relative volume that day was 2.5, look at that move after that. You're going to see a lot of doubles in here. Look at Fossil on this day right here. That's actually the 12th, which it was on there on the 12th as well. I'm just on the 16th right here, but look at that move. This is the kind of stuff you can, and trust me, it's hard for me. If I get like a 25, 30, 40% gain, I'm quick to take it. The hardest thing to do is to hold on to some of it. I did it probably the best trade of my life was the way I traded NEO. And here's a way you can do it. Just tell yourself when you enter a trade, okay, I'm looking for a big move, okay? Maybe even a double, I'm looking for 100% gain. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call out what core position I want to maintain. So let's say you buy Fossil right here on this day. You see the huge volume bar. You say, wow, this is the kind of volume which can be a game changer. It can basically change the direction of the stock. And of course, we could see that it did. Okay, so but still, even today, look, it's still in the bottom portion of its lifetime high. So I'm not saying this thing has another 100% in it, but what I'm saying is if you when you see this and you have to expect maybe at least a 30, 40, 50% move and really hope for like a 100% move. So if you tell yourself, I'm going to maintain, let's say your core position is 300 shares. So what I like to do a lot of times, instead of just buying 300, if I feel like the momentum's there, like on this day right here on the 16th, I would want to be probably in 1,000 shares, okay? Because what I would like to do is I can scalp out real quick on these two big days right here, maybe a third on this day and then a third on this day. Okay, I've banged out so much profit. This thing could go to zero and I'm still going to make money. So once you do that, you maintain that core position, then it's real easy to hold that last 300, maybe for, another move. Or maybe you maintain a core position and you have 300 and then it gets back over here, then it sets up again. Let me get my pointer going here. So say you got 300, you maintain a position, and then all of a sudden you see this thing, wow, this thing's setting up again right through here. And then you get a pop, and then I say, well, I got my 300. I'm going to buy back into 300 more, and then you could ride this move out. And of course, it's hard to tell you when to get out and when to get in. But this is kind of what I did with NEO. I'd maintain a core position, and then I would scalp size around that core position. Makes it a lot easier. It really does. Than just trying to buy 300 right here, and then you get up here and you're like, wow, I just made 25%. Boom, I'm out. And then you miss this whole move right there. So it does make it more difficult. But man, there was just so many. Here's X on the 16th. Boom, right there. Look at that volume bar, and then look at that move after. That's what you want to focus on. Right there, you want to focus on a big move. Hopefully you saw it that day and you got in it on that day, and then look at this volume. Probably was, I don't know, 4 or 5 times normal. But anytime you get a move like this is more than just day traders riding it for 20 or 30 cents. These are people taking, there's people taking a big position in these things, and it's not uncommon to get a really big move after that first move. That's why I say a lot of time, this extreme volume high-low pro, people always say, Andy, that's for day trading. No, I mean, these can be, the start of something big. I don't know, but I bet you this thing was coming through. Well, maybe not. I'm not seeing huge volume in that thing, but we're seeing it today. But not real big, basically about 3 times normal. So YRCW then. This is one that I set an alert in, that one that I scalped. I love the setup right here, and I scalped it. I think it was in it. I first bought some. Anyway, I had a nice little move, and then what a lot of times I'll do is I'll go back in and set an alert. If it's going to come back, and it definitely is. But like I said, I'm not in the mood to mine right now. Like I said, I'm kind of bearish. But maybe I'll drag it down. A lot of times this is what I'll do. I'll set an alert. If I don't like the overall market, for whatever reason I don't like it, maybe I'll come down here and say, well, if it comes down here to this 50 period moving average right at $5, might be a good entry. That's where it broke out from. $5 is a very key level. Maybe that'll fire off again here in the next couple of days. Okay. Rod says life gone. Now he says life popping. Let me put this back on real time. You can see Riot was coming through here. Jeez. Dawn of the dead, guys. I'm telling you, but keep an eye on this. You can get big moves. Now, here's the problem. You have to look at, let me look at life real quick to see what Rod was talking about right there. Yeah. Yeah, that thing is just gone. setting up there nicely for you for another pop there, and it happened. Beginning back to riot, you can see, I mean, how many, look at that volume, look at this volume bar, look at the subsequent move. Okay, so here's the key. And people say, well, gosh, why do I want to bottom fish? There's too many good stocks out there. The thing about it is, if you catch one of these, all right, this can pay for, like, you know, probably the 60 to 65% that aren't going to work. Okay, the key is don't sit in them. If they break down, let's say you took this riot on this day and then it falls back below, and it's going to happen if it falls back below this area, there's your stop. You take a little loss. The problem is, I mean, it's not a problem. As long as you adhere to your rules, you can lose probably nine trades with tight stops like that, and you're going to make it up just on one big one right there. So I am not one to preach, buy highs and sell high. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the strategy. I mean, if you have as long as you make money with your strategy, no one is going to give you a hard time about it. So, if you want to do some bottom fishing, you go right ahead and do it. Just make sure you're not just picking. I don't condone just finding stocks that are cratering and buy them just because they've sold off a bunch. No, you want to look for those levels of consolidation. And I get back. Okay, Bill's got a question here. I'll come back to that. My price alert windows disappeared maybe once a day. I'll click on a random window and it goes away. Anybody else? I haven't experienced that, Bill. No, you know what? If it happens again, send it to. You're probably better off, Bill, coming in and maybe talking to one of our techs about something like that. I don't keep my price alerts up. Obviously, I keep them down in my taskbar, and then just like you just saw, when they fire up, they come up here and they light up. So it's not something I look at all the time. But yeah, I think those price alerts may be on like a different server. So I think the key is if they're just kind of flashing, it could be something, a little glitch on our server or something like that. If they're coming right back, it does about once a day. That's probably not a major issue. Now, if it did it all the time, I'd be concerned. But that could just be some sort of glitch, Okay. It happened about 3 or 4 times. Okay. I thought you said once a day. Yeah, if it's doing it 3 or 4 times, you might send an email in or go into our chat line, and at least we can make a note of it and inform our dev department that something may be glitching in the price alerts, and they can look into it. So keep an eye on it, Bill. And if it continues to happen, do that next week. Just send us an email, and at least we can get it over. Devs are working on a lot of things right now, so I try not to bother them too much. But if it's something like that that's major, that's glitching 3 or 4 times a day, we probably need to look into it. Market is continuing to show weakness, and now we've definitely got this 20 period. We're hitting it right now, so we'll see if that holds. Yeah, this M value has a pretty good suggestion. May try it on another computer and see if you have the issues there, and see just to make sure it's not a computer issue. If you have a laptop or something, you can throw it on and give it a shot. All right, KR says, Andy, does the Hilo Pro filter scans breakout moves or breakout volumes like that? Yeah, I mean, what this is looking for. Okay, we'll just take a look at the strategy here and look at the configuration. Probably the best way to always, dissect what a strategy is looking for is go into configuration and take a look at it. And I think the key elements here are Okay, position in 10-day range, it has to be 95% of its range. So basically, if a stock has been trading between $9 and $10 the last 10 days, you would not see it unless it was trading at $9.95. Okay, so it's 95% of that range. So it has to be in the upper 5%. So basically, has to be about to go through a 10-day high or already. It doesn't matter. I don't have a max. This thing could be at all-time highs. I don't care. I just don't want it stuck in no man's land. Same thing with a 20-day position in 20-day range. I'm a little more liberal on this. It doesn't have to be quite near the 20-day, but I want it not too far away. So I'm not looking for stocks that are kind of stuck in the mud. Now you can always come in here and change these and make them like you want. You can take out this filter if you like. The key ones is 1 minute volume has to be 1,000%, which is basically 10 times normal 1 minute volume. And then 3-month average, I'm looking for stocks that normally do 500,000 shares a day at least. That's just me personally. If you wanted, you could change this to 300,000 if you like. 5-minute volume has to be doing at least 5 times normal 5-minute volume. This is just a hack to eliminate all the ETFs. Okay, basically this just states it has to report earnings of some sort, and that will eliminate ETFs. Needs to be above $5. Change from the close has to be up about 1%. So definitely looking for momentum here. Okay, and I think the key, what you're going to find in the momentum alerts that I built that not a lot of people do is I like stocks breaking out of range. I see so many people using momentum scans. They do not have a range filter in it, and they're finding stocks that are in no man's land. I've seen this over and over and over again. And if you build something with and you can make it simple. You can just make it a 10-day high. In the high alert, you can just select 10 days. That'll work too. This kind of catches some of them before they break through that 10-day high. So that's the reason I like to use it this way. Avoid stocks. There's so many. You'll get this sudden increase in volume, and you'll look over there in the daily chart, and it'll just be right in the middle of like no man's land, just not breaking out of any sort of high. And I like to avoid that because those get you in trouble. Okay. But anyway, yeah, this is probably my favorite alert, and you can always catch those ones like I was showing over here. I guarantee you, I can go back and look, but I guarantee you X on this day right here was flying through that alert. This extreme volume high-low pro was coming through there, and boy, if somebody grabbed it and held it on for the next couple of weeks, they did very well. So don't discard extreme volume high-low pro as a momentum trading strategy only. These can be the best swing trades. No, I don't need to provide a link. If you go to, you have access to all these right here. Just find the channel bar. Okay, if you don't have one open, you can go to New and launch it. Just go to New and launch a channel bar and go to the Traders Vault. Okay, you'll find pretty much every window I have on my screen will be in there. Yeah, this is not the one I shared, KR. I shared the Dawn of the Dead. Yes, this is the one I shared in the and dropped. I don't need to drop this one. You can find this one in the Traders Vault. You can find all of our best alerts are in the Traders Vault. Dawn of the Dead, I kind of did. I like it. I like to pull it up and scan like at night. It's not one I keep up all the time on my screen because it's more of a scanner. I can pull it up at different times during the day. Just take a look, see if there's anything interesting for me on the swing time frame. All right, good. I'm glad you like that one. You're welcome, KR. You're welcome. And guys, for you day traders, if you feel sometimes I get to talking too much about swing trading, it's because I am a swing trader, and now I was an avid day trader for 17 years, and I know how tough it is. And a lot of you guys have heard me preaching this before. Day trading is a very, very tough game, and I think a lot of people do it because they don't think they can make money in swing trading, and you can do very well in swing trading if you catch those right moves. You catch these right moves like X, on major breakouts, and you can ride these things for doubles or not the full position, but you can easily make 20-30% on at least half of your position and then ride the rest out. But I mean, look at this. I mean, I don't even think you had a bar reversal hardly. 1, 2, 3, maybe a little one there. So a lot of times they'll go tickle yesterday's low, but very, very strong chart. But getting back to what I was saying, I think more people, could probably needs to pull away from day trading and start doing some swing trading. And it's not just regular, swing trading. I think if you look for what me and Steve developed back when we were at Today Trader, when it was our business and we were the only two there, but we would look for what's called swing scalps, setups like this. Neo was a great example. It was the trade of the week when we called it, but a beautiful breakout, and I think it was right here. Where you can get huge moves in 2 or 3 days. You're not looking to just jump in and take 25 cents out of a move during the day. You're looking for, a nice 20 to 30% gain in 2 or 3 days. And it doesn't require as much capital as you think. Speaking of Neo, I am all out of Neo. I traded this one very well. I actually got out on this green bar day when it came in up to its 20-period moving average, so around 46. Now, I have an alert in there set. I'm looking for this thing possibly to come down to around the 38 level, maybe this 50-period moving average, where I may think about entering that again. But I am all out of that now, finally. I'm seeing a lot of windows, but I don't see Dawn of the Dead. No, Dawn of the Dead is not in there. I'm sorry. The Extreme Volume High-Low Pro is in there. I shared Dawn of the Dead. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see it's one of the only thing. It's the only thing I dropped in there. Okay, let me pull over the window and I'll show you. Just look. There's the Dawn of the Dead link right there. Who was it? RK, BK, KR. Okay. No, it was my value. All right, he sees it. You're welcome. No, I never end up bag holding. Okay, one thing I have, any good trader, I'm not trying to call myself good, but I have, when you've traded over 20 years, you're doing something right. But you have to learn. I don't bag hold. No, I get it. When I'm wrong, I'm out. And a lot of times when I feel I'm going to be wrong, I got out. Let me give you a good example today. It was in Gilead. If I can write. Now it's coming back up. I may end up getting wrong. You can see my 2 sell signals here. Okay, you can look at the daily chart. A lot of times what I'll do, if I sense, we're below all our moving average. This is one that I bought on the let me get my marker again. On this day right here, it was our trade of the week, and when they drove it down, I shouldn't say they, when the market action drove it down, I bought it on this day at $60.54, and boy, just could not get anything done, and you can see my 2 sell signals here. I sold one in my 401k and another in my fund that me and the other guys trade. I just didn't like the market. I did not like the way this cannot get above its moving average, and a lot of times what I'll do is I'll anticipate that I'm going to be wrong. Now, the problem with this method is, if I come in here Monday or Tuesday and this thing is broken out, I may have to buy it back, or maybe I just got to say, oh, shucks, I wished I hadn't got out. But a lot of times I, I to make sure I don't bag hold a lot of times, I always play the market first. And even though the stock may dig in and go to highs before the end of the day, I just felt that the market, when the market was rolled over right here and Gilead was close to highs, I just said, you know what, I'm not liking what I'm seeing in the market right now. I'm going to bail. Yeah. I use stop losses. I had a stop loss on it. I just decided to get out before my stop loss. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you have to be able to adapt, to the market. Now, that's just one position. I got out of, two other positions way before. I mean, a lot higher than where they are now, just because I did this the last couple of days because I did not like what I was feeling in the market. And a good trader will do that. I mean, you have to, you have to foresee. I mean, this ugly day right here, we had say I was coming into this long about 3 or 4 positions, and, then we had a kind of bearish reversal there, dark cloud cover. The whole red body covered the, previous green bars body. So basically a potential reversal day, and then the following day we could not get back above our 10-period moving average, and then we opened up today, gap down, and we could not get above our our moving average in the 15-minute chart. Things were not looking good. I decided, to bail, and that's just me, because maybe it has a lot to do with my 17 years of day trading, but my swing trading time frame can be a lot shorter than a lot of people's. I mean, there are swing trades that I will hold for several weeks, but for the majority of them, I look for a setup and then I'm banging out in 3 to 5 days, just because I feel like that's where you get the meat of the move when you get these breakouts. But I can see why, if you're in a position right now, you're not panicking. I mean, there's not a whole lot of bearish case to be made right now, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with not liking what you're seeing in the market, having that feeling that, hey, I'm going to go ahead and get flat right now. I don't like anything. I'm just, market always trumps. This is why good traders always beat. There's no algos out there that can beat really good traders. And the reason is these algos can't see everything that a good trader can see. Okay, they try to program them to look at all this different data, but it doesn't matter. There's just too much out there to see that a good eye can see that an algo can't. And that I really admire people who can anticipate, just like you anticipate a move. Great example. Well, was that NEO that I showed you? And this J move that I was back over here. So there's nothing wrong with seeing something, and then you're like, wow, I'm going to anticipate this move. I want to get in it before it breaks out. If I'm wrong, this thing has been, make it bigger here. This thing has been going sideways now for, 6 weeks? And I feel like it's ready to move. I'm going to anticipate this move, and I'm going to get me a position right now. And then when I do get this move, I can add to that position, which I did. And then, so the point I'm making is, as you get better and hours and hours and hundreds of hours of screen time, you're going to be able to anticipate better, And the same thing goes when you feel like you're on the wrong side. Okay, hours of screen time can help protect your losses not being so great, because you see the price action, you see something doesn't feel right. Okay, you see your trades just not having that bullish price action, when the market's going up, so you can anticipate better and save yourself a lot of I mean, why sit there? A lot of times you can look and you get that feeling that this, I'm going to get stopped out in this one. I'm going to get stopped out in this one. The market's rolling over. It's breaking through moving averages. I don't like what I'm seeing. Well, and what I like to do is I like to anticipate, and just like in Gilead, of course, which is now bouncing, but for whatever reason, market's on lows, but it's wanting to bounce. That's okay. I mean, I Did not like what I saw in the market, overall market. This bounced up, and I told myself, if it gets up here to the moving averages and cannot get through, I'm selling, and I did. But now I may end up regretting it, but I can promise you this: 9 times out of 10, this stock's going to roll over, keep going, keep going down with the market for some reason. Hey, if things turn around, maybe I put an alert and I buy it back, but I'm not going to risk this thing, rolling back over to lows. All right. What's a good indicator that not many people use that you like? For me, it's the rate of change. That's a good question. And that's subjective. I personally like to keep it simple. You're going to see on my charts, let's pull up the SPYs here. On my charts, I keep it pretty simple with the 10 period, 20 period moving average. Simple moving average is 50. And then, of course, the 200's down here somewhere. It's going to be lower, I think. Yeah, and the 200. And on the intraday chart, I keep it simple with a 15 period moving average. This is just me. I do like volume. I like volume and simple moving averages, but once again, it goes back to your style of trading. If any indicator that's going to help you profit in the marketplace is a good indicator for you. I just never got. I studied all those things. I know what a lot of them do, but I just felt like price actions. I love trend lines. A lot of people, what stock were we just looking at just a minute ago? I think it was NETE. Yeah, it wasn't that. But anyway, I do like to look at trend lines. And kind of what I was looking at in NEO, once it broke its trend on this trend right here. Let me just draw it real quick, sloppy chart. But had a very, very bullish trend going right here. And then once it broke that, I said to myself, it's kind of broken. It's on the other side of the mountain now. I'm going to wait for this thing possibly to reset up later. So I'm always looking at trends. Of course, support and resistance, that should go without saying. Everybody needs to identify support and resistance. Yeah, you guys, if you like the rate of change, and hey, if that works for you, great. That's the important thing is, does it make you money? Yep, Steve's right. SPY is, and I brought that up just before you probably got in here, but Steve is right. SPY is flirting with the and possibly trying to break now the 20 period moving average. If we hover over it right here, we're at 363.30, and so we're right there. So we'll see if this can hold. The average price range of stocks that I trade, probably I usually don't go under $5, but occasionally I will, go into around maybe the $3 range. Day trading, I used to trade them all the time. Obviously $2 to $3 ones, I would trade them all the time. But for swing trading, I like to stay above the $5 range. I will every now and then, dabble in maybe a $3 or $4 stock, but it's rare. And it can go as high as, probably 150 to 200. I don't try. I'd say most of them are probably between $5 and say 75. But yeah, I don't have a problem trading a $200 stock if the setup's there and it's looks explosive for swing trading. Drawing slanted support resistance has worked amazing. When you say slanted support and resistance, you talking about trend lines? I'm not sure if. Now, no real, Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably trend lines. Yeah, those are huge. I love keeping an eye on trend lines. And as a matter of fact, Michael's dabbling with a new technology that may be able to, you know, kind of find these trend lines for us, with filters. That'd be great. So I'm really looking forward to that. Not a lot of volume today in the spies, and right now it's kind of anemic as we bump up against that 20 period moving average. So we'll have to see if it breaks. Uh, and there's still a lot of day left too. So it might bounce here and then come back down and retest it again later. But and this is one I also got out today. Now I did, I got tied up in a chat. I was looking to get out up here, but it broke right here, and I got out around just above 21 there. But gosh, I really like the way this was kind of setting up on the. This is another one where I'll play the. I bought it down here a little bit above 20, but yeah, market. Once again, playing the market first. And it seems like I was going to talk about something else going into that. Yeah, yes, you can get if you want to, if you have strategies that you've built, and if you were talking about auto trading there, Luma, uh, yes, and not only that, we're going to be adding Ameritrade and E-Trade early next year. Now, don't get me to quote a time on that because I'm not sure, but hopefully in the first couple of months. But yes, you can auto trade with IB right now, Luma. Andy loved the usage theory. Swing trading he professed for the usage of the Dawn of the Dead scanner. I'll be resetting my mindset for swing plays rather than using it for day trades. Good, Mike C. Yeah, here's my theory. Okay, if you're gonna have the guts enough to bottom fish, okay, you need to make it benefit. Because if you're only just going to do it in day trade and get out, the first, a few minutes after you've been in a trade, you might as well find something that has momentum. Look at the momentum trades if you're looking to day trade. Because like I said, if you have the guts to go in and buy some of these charts that are beaten up in the lower end of, their lifetime range, pretty much the very bottom of their lifetime range, shoot, why not look for a bigger bounce? Make it pay, because I guarantee you, once they do get going, they're going to pay. They're going to pay for several days, because you're talking about a potential massive trend reversal. And yeah, there's no sense putting on risk like that. Putting on risk being that, let's face it, probably the winning percentage is not going to be greater than 50%. Okay, in most cases, probably going to be around 35 or 40%. But when you hit them, okay, you can enter them at small size at first, maybe a third of position. That's what I do a lot of times, and then I get my move a couple of days later, maybe another third, and then I get that explosive move, and I'm buying another third, full position, and off to the races. On the day chart, what is the difference between a smart stop and a swing exit? Good question. I don't know that I have mine up. Yeah, it looks like I do. Okay. What the swing exit's doing is basically just giving you an idea. Let me remove some of my lines here. All right. I got to remember to go back in and set that. The swing exit is giving you an idea if you took a swing position here. Now, I'm not crazy about this, because for me, my swing horizon could be a lot shorter than a lot of people's. Sean has a much bigger swing horizon. He may be looking for a 50% move, over time. Whereas me, when I get in a trade, I may be looking for a 3 to 5 day move, with the meat of the move coming that first launch, like I've showed you in a lot of those charts we looked at on the Dawn of the Dead. So in my case, yeah, I would never enter a chart like this with my exit being this far below. But for people who have a much longer time frame, this may work for you. Now, there's nothing real exotic about this swing exit. In other words, it's not a real fancy formula, okay? But it's pretty basically just technical. But it can work. It can work for a lot of people, but I don't recommend it just because to be used universally, because people have different subjective time frames as far as swing trading goes. So, and risk parameters. So that's like I said, that's subjective. So the smart stop, though, getting back, this is for if you were to take a day trade, okay, where your potential stop should be, okay, and where your target should be. Now, this is based on an algorithm that is more has a lot more filters and proprietary algos in it. So it's definitely looking at support, resistance, volatility of a stock, and different. I don't know the formula for it, and if I did, we probably wouldn't give it away anyway. But nonetheless, now this is for a long day trade. This is not for those who scalp. Okay, so an example of it saying if you took a trade here at SPYs at 363, you might want to have your stop at basically $2 lower, with your target up here about $4 higher or $3.50 higher. Just kind of gives you an idea, using support, resistance, and the volatility of a stock, of where you might want to put these. But once again, it's subjective. If you're a micro scalper and only looking to make 50 or 60 cents on this trade, this may be a little too steep for you. Okay, so but once again, long day trade for the smart stop and profit target, and then the swing exit is for a very long, exit strategy for a very long swing trade. Let's see if we can put some more in here. So you can see Facebook down here. It's pretty straightforward. You can see the low there. You see the low there. So not a real fancy algo when it comes to the swing exit. But nonetheless, it gives people an idea that may be new to trading, where support is and where you might want to get out if you're in a swing trade. All right, let me get me a swig of water here. All right, Mike C. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, I can always count on you to report back. Now, that being said, some of these stocks, we've had a lot of big move over the last 6 weeks in this Dawn of the Dead. So, but let's take a look today and see if anything is. Well, that NET, you might want to watch that. As a matter of fact, I'll set me an alert right back up here above 15. And we've already mentioned Life. This one, if you didn't catch it this morning, this would have to this may take several days to set back up again if you're looking for that one. This one, see, that's a lot of these, you just got to use your eye, okay? You see SM, you're thinking, wow, well, this has already had a pretty decent move. I mean, basically has doubled over the last month. All right, so when you see something like that, even though it's still at the bottom portion of its lifetime range, that's why it's still in this filter. I guess I could add a filter where I can make it to where it's not showing me stocks that had a huge move. Maybe I'll work on something for that for my next trading studio. But use your common sense when these things get ahead of you, and don't. I'm not going to tell you not to do something, because then it goes another 100%. But just be careful, I should say. And I'm always leery, guys, of biotechs. Okay, you're not going to catch me. I will sometimes in our little hedge fund that we run, but for the most part, I stay away from the biotechs, and that is pretty ugly long-term chart there. So this would have to. But that being said, decent little bar yesterday. We'll have to see how this works. But for those who don't mind trading pharma stocks or biotech stocks, have at it. All right, I got about 5 more minutes, looks like. Can you show Luma how to connect and turn on strats for AI? And also, thank you, Steve, how to send files to support. Okay, send files to support is pretty easy. Let's do that one first. Just go to your toolbar, okay? And you want to go to help, and then just click on send files to support. Okay, and that'll do it. And to let's see, turn on AI strats. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Okay, you want to pull up your Brokerage Plus. You want to go to your Holly AI tab. Okay, if you don't see any tabs, okay, just go up here to the Windows. New, and you can find any of our tabs in the new. All right, you want to make sure you have a Holly AI. Mine are all off. If I want to turn, let's say I want to turn only the long on, I could come in here and highlight all the longs. Right click, enable selected strategies. It will turn them on. Okay, let's disable the selected strategies. Let's say I only wanted to turn maybe the ones in Neo on. I could highlight, these. I could do one at a time if I wanted to. If I only wanted to go long, just enable selected strategies. So that's all you got to do when it comes. Now you do have to go in Luma and create your long trading instructions, and we have a video for this. If Steve wants to drop it in there, or just send us a email to info@trade-ideas.com and we can send you a video. But you have to come in here and you have to fill out your trading instructions. Okay. And if you don't understand it, just like I said, send us an email and we'll send you a video. I don't have one handy right now. I can't dig it up. All right, looks like the spies are trying to bounce off the 20 period. Rod, any advantage or disadvantage for trading swings with options? That's, once again, I've been using this word a lot, but it is subjective. I do trade. I used to trade them a lot more frequently. I haven't lately. I've just been buying common for some reason, but I just think because I'm so busy with trade ideas. But the way I look at it, that's just what people want to trade. It's basically you're still looking, for the same movement. If you're looking to go long a stock, you just have a choice if you want to buy options or buy common. What I like to do a lot of times is when I'm looking at these, and like I said, I used to do this a lot of time, but if I'm looking at some of these Dawn of the Dead, and they are just, or maybe some of these revenue growth fishing stocks, I will, if I'm expecting possibly a big move, kind of like that JMIA that I just showed you, a lot of times I'll go in and buy options at that, longer term, maybe a couple of months out, because you get more bang for your buck. And if you're wrong, you won't lose as much. The problem is you got to, you got to kind of anticipate when that move is coming, because there's obviously decay in options over time. Okay, so if you don't get your move when you expect to get it in options, they could hurt you. Versus if you're on the common, you have the patience. You can have the patience and wait it out. Okay, because there's no clock ticking. But I used to do that all the time. Yeah, looking for a turnaround, trend reversals or something like that. Just load up on some options. All right, a few more minutes here, guys. Let's see. Steven says, "You're welcome, Mike C. You're welcome, Charles. Steve says, my stocks with upside momentum does not continuously update. What is going on? Stephen, you might want to send it to info. And probably what we'll do is ask you to send over a cloud link to your window, and we can take a look at it. Just send it to that email right there, and send us your cloud link to your window, and we'll take a look at it. Now it could be, if it's a T window, T windows only update every 30 seconds. Okay. If you're looking for stocks, to find real quick, like an upside momentum, you're gonna need to make sure it's an A window. Okay, so if it's an A window and it's not working properly, send it over to us. Yes, and Mike C makes a good point. Maybe it's your filter settings. You may be filtering some of the stuff out. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, Steve just kind of said what I said there. Yeah, back in the day, my value, I did watch level 2 a lot more. But back then, when Steve and I first started trading, we were the fast ones. We could take advantage of level 2. Nowadays, I don't look at it at all, just because it's really a facade. I mean, they say they're not supposed to back away from orders, but they do. Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans that go in there, and I'm just not really sure what you're looking at anymore. But so I don't pay attention to it. I mean, if it works for you, that's great. But I think a lot of people probably get too caught up in catching that right penny, and I don't know. It just I'm always one. Over time, I've seen really good traders. Okay, and the really good day traders that I know, they're not looking to pick off things for 20 or 30 cents. Okay, they're looking to get in stuff and ride it out the whole day, or at least several hours. And so, a penny here or there by working level 2 shouldn't be your main focus. Just my personal opinion. All right, guys, I'm going to send this back over to Barry, and Steve sent me a message. I was ignoring his question. All right. I'm going to send it back over to Barry, guys. Let him know that he can fire up. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. I think he's supposed to let me know that he's streaming, and I'm supposed to stop it. So we don't get a glitch, send you guys off into streaming Perdigo. Hey, you too, Rod. Have a good one. Okay, he's streaming now. So, all right, guys, have a great weekend.
All right, Andy, I'm streaming now. Did I boot you out by any chance? Were you okay? You stopped? Okay, good. Hello, YouTubers. Sure, I saw Andy and Steve in there, probably talking a lot about swing trading, etc. Can somebody type superfly, shutterfly? Here's a chart for, SFLY. Somebody asked for the shutterfly. Have they been bought? Were they bought by somebody maybe? I'm not getting, or did they change their symbol name? Change symbols? I don't know. You're right, I'm not getting anything for Shutterfly. Let's see, news. We won't show anything. So TI filters, nothing close for channels. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, oh, Vicky, that's you. Yeah, not yet. Just the standard deviation, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Did Shutterfly stop trading as Shutterfly, SFLY? Obviously it has. They get bought by somebody or change their symbol name.
CCJ.
Order partially done.
Okay, guys, I've taken the CCGA. I know it's a chase on the 15, a little bit here, but I'm bound and determined. It looked like it was trying to hold 13. If it gets down to 13, I'm out. I just want to see. It's the only thing is it is a big float, and I was kind of hoping for something a little bit lower float, but that's okay. So I'm in at 13.10. How about 13.10? If it doesn't work, I just get out pretty quickly. I'm a little, this little area here, but I think it's above this now, 1304. So the next high looking left is around 1336 on the monthly chart. So we'll see. And I'm not looking to make, the float is definitely the issue. It's not, I don't anticipate that it's going to be a runner or anything like that. Like HJLI. Look at this thing. It's been, you cannot, again, no walking away from your computer when you are in anything with like 1.4 million in the float. I don't see any news on it. I think it may be the anticipation. To provide VenoValve and choreographed updates at the Ladenburg Thalmann R&D Showcase webinar on December 16th. So that's next week. And that's, that is, I guess they're anticipating that whatever they're going to be presenting is good. That has to be the reason. There's no other. Look at that huge pop through the 200-day like nothing. Okay, so if it breaks down below that little that 8 EMA and the 2, I'll be out. Down to about 1304, I'll probably take it out and watch it later, see if it takes it out again, this area. Yeah, I mean, I'm always watching. The 200-day moving average is always important, in my opinion, and not just my opinion. Even for those of us who don't look at a lot of different indicators, I think that the 200-day moving average is almost 100% looked at, okay? So, I mean, in relation to a day trade, I mean, it's just a matter of, I don't care if I want it to be far enough away, if we're getting close to it. Right now we're above it, so that's not even an issue. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that the 200-day was at 1360 or 70. I'd be looking at that going, okay, I could still take this trade, but certainly if it got anywhere close to that 1360, 70, if that's where the 200-day was, I'd be looking to get out. Doesn't mean it's going to stall at the 200-day, but a lot of times that's what's going to happen. It could be several attempts to get through, if it ever gets through. Same token on if you're shorting. If you're shorting something and it's approaching the 200-day, you may bounce. So I'm always aware where it is. I don't care if it's above or below. I just want it to be far enough away. Does that make sense? No. Daily chart. I don't look at it on a two. I mean, some do. I don't. I only look at the 200-day on a daily chart. So I mean, there's that green line right there. Listen. I know there are people that look at it on a 30-minute, other time frames, and more power to them. If it works, great. As long as you just don't short CCJ. I don't think you should be. It's not that close to a channel. Maybe about 1320 or so, but okay. Give me a moment, please. All right, and the glutton for punishment was rewarded. There you go, William. Well, I'm just marvel at, your levels of shorting things as they're going higher and higher. You only do that if you have a size, like some size of an account. You can't keep chasing. And this is not an indictment of William. I'm just talking in general, chasing things up. But now look at it. But the problem is, you're out of it. You're out of it now, right? You're all out of it. Oh, okay. Well, when that's a big hold for you if you're still in it. From 540 down to 5? I always think of you taking about 2 or 3 cents. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but
CCJ. CCJ.
all right. Now I am looking at this 1314. What did I say over here? 1336. So again, I don't think this is going to be very dynamic. Too many shares in the float, but I said I would take one, so I did. HJLI, my goodness. I mean, now you look at this. I mean, look at these channel breaks. But where, where do you take it?
CCJ. 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 CCJ.
Took. And now it just got halted. Well, this is on a mission, guys. All right, Hebrew, that is a little too political, okay? Sorry, man. I mean, a little too political. Yeah, so this is now halted, and it's a 15.15. That is the bid ask.
CCJ.
Okay, so again, I'm just looking at this potential level up here, stalling. 13, I can't keep seeing this, 1336. You know, this is still up. It is not shortable for me. It's still up 64%. But look from where it's come, 15, big $5 drop. No, you don't have to take it as a yes. It's just too political a statement, okay? We don't do politics at all in either room, okay?
CCJ.
Is there any specific strategy? Not really. Not really. I mean, we have a momentum channel you might want to look at. I have a couple of momentum alerts that you might want to look at. But there's, I mean, you can create. For instance, if I look at this, go to my home page. Okay, so if I click on my homepage link, and one of the tabs is the scans that I share. So I click here, and HALI just opened and it exploded through 15. Wow. So where are you now? Momentum up, momentum down. Okay, as an example. Wow, look at, and this is going to get halted again. Has to. Just when you think you can't see another one of these crazy ones, you do. So if I click on momentum up, it's going to load here. Copy, file load from cloud. There it is. Okay, there it is, right here, because I copied it. Didn't even have to paste it. Load it. Okay, so momentum up shared as an example. So this is what I've got. Doesn't mean you have to do the same thing. Okay, so there's my, my price is between 1 and 60. The current volume is at least 2, so it's trading at least twice as much as normal. Now, the reason I have such a low value here of 50,000, because maybe trying to catch them early in the day, so you don't want to put like a million shares. But these are the two key ones, for momentum, or momentum pops anyway. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 300%. Okay, it's up at least 2%, so we know it's a moving stock and it's positive. Okay, but these are the two filters really that can kind of control this, and you can experiment. You can jack this up to 2,000% to see what sort of alerts you get. All right, you can take this one out completely. So there's not one, just one momentum strategy, if that makes sense. The other thing is we do have a momentum channel, which has a lot of the things here. Channel, if you click from the toolbar, if you click on new channel bar, and then where are you? Momentum. You can click on that, and that's got some other scans that kind of zero in on momentum trades. Okay. But again, there's not one singular scan. Speaking of which, momentum, MTEM. I know it's molecular, but now, I mean, this would have been, it looked like this one. Now finally to short it, but boy, when were you going to pick that? I mean, this is what I don't, this is way over that channel anyway. It got way up here. Sure, if you guess right and it's up here, that's the end, but, I don't know how you can. That's why I find it difficult sometimes. I like the channel breaks. But and then if you wait for that 2-minute or the 8 EMA break on the 2-minute channel, you're giving up $4. So sometimes it's you just you want to guess, fine, but unless real can say, well, this is why. Yeah, it's possible, but again, there's not one. I mean, you can take the one I just gave, or you can take that one, and you can adjust it, maybe to a different time or a different price range, things like that. What I would do is I would just run with it and see what sort of alerts you get. If you're getting alerts that you like, then stick with it. Otherwise, you can always tinker with some of the values. There's no science sometimes. I mean, there's a little bit of science in trying to, get the correct filters, trying to amass the right filters and maybe the alert. But then within the filters themselves, the values, that's where maybe the feel comes into it. And just check it. So as I say, guys, I'm very aware of that 1336. What was the question mark for? I said something you didn't understand? Oh, I don't know what he's using. I have no idea what he's using in his B plus window. You'd have to ask him. That's obviously his personal strategy. I couldn't tell you what it is. I don't know if he'll hand it out just like that, but you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask him. He might. I don't know. I really don't know. All right, guys, I took some out at 1326 from 1310. As it's actually getting right to the top of that channel. Oh, you're welcome, Baiju, am I pronouncing it correctly? Well, that one right there? Not really. I mean, it's very small. You're talking about that one right there at 115? I mean, that's not a very big, the body is pretty narrow. If that had been a big top and then it, been a big bottoming tail, sure, but that did not, in fact, I didn't even register on me. I'm just again, just very aware of that 1336. I don't think it's, it's got so many in the float that I just don't see it being like super dynamic. I may be completely surprised. It might get into that 1330s and it could rip right through and keep going. Well, okay, keep going. Why not? I swear I could make a living just by sleeping in until, let's see, what time is it now? 10 o'clock my time, and just loading this window and wait for them to happen in the afternoon. 10 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock Eastern time. You know what? I don't even look at the lows anymore. Somebody just asked me, I don't really even look at the lows anymore. Don't even know why I have it. Okay, guys, I shall officially declare this a winner. Nice percentage move. More importantly, is look how orderly it has been on the 5 minute. I mean, again, you mentioned that little red candle there, but I didn't consider that very strongly. Even on the 2 minute chart, I mean, just little pauses. Now this is getting, guys, I mean, if this takes out that high, look out. I'll put an alert at 1340, why not? So maybe a little bit boring compared to, some of these other ones, but I'll take boring like this all day long because you can kind of load up on a few more shares with a little more confidence. I mean, how many shares of HGLI are you going to take, with what it does? Can we add all-time highs and lows on the detail window? All right, only if we have those data points, and it would have to be a custom. So now, do I still have, when I did my, let me just see if I still have handy. Okay, it's going to take me a little bit longer. When I did my porting of all my bookmarks over, thank goodness I had them all in my Chromebook or my Pixel book. But some of them just didn't come over, though they're still there on my Pixel book. So let me, because what I have to do is I have to find the custom formula filter codes. Okay, so you're going to have to give me a moment if you don't mind. No, I'll do it now. I don't mind doing it now. I just have to go to my Pixel book and formula editor. There we go. Control copy. It's amazing. If I hadn't had this, I'd be. Okay, just a minute. Just sent it to myself, and now all I have to do is just have to load it. There we go, that's what I was looking for. This is the page I was looking for. So, let me just see if we do have, I think we do. I thought it was life. There we go, lifetime highs and lows. So high life, high low, or low, high life and a low life. Any low lives in here? So yes, we do. These are the codes. You probably haven't made a custom filter before, correct? Okay, so I can give you the instructions on how to do them, or do it. Oops, just a minute. Right. We may have to wait till Monday because the Word document that I thought I had, I'd have to try to find it. Let me try something. There we go. Okay, I can show you how to do it, all right? Okay, so off topic. Okay, so these are the actual instructions, okay? And these are the codes that you would use. High underscore life, obviously for a lifetime high. And low underscore life for a lifetime low. Okay, so just follow these instructions and then when that box pops up, follow the instructions. You'll see a box called the source box. You'll literally you'll just type high life. Make sure it has to be exactly the same way. And then high, and then you basically, what you've done is you have created a filter. And once it's created, it'll be part of your and give it a name, as I say, that makes sense. Call it, lifetime high, call one lifetime low. And then when you do this, when you right click, configure, and search, you can search for them. And then once you found it, you can, click on the show column, and then it will be added here. I mean, I don't care so much. I mean, this is why I've got the position and lifetime low. You can see this is way down here. So even though it's having a day, it's it's still very, very close to its lifetime low. It may not look like that, but it's probably been split adjusted many, many, many times. Yeah, well, we don't have phone support like that, the Geister. You can I can, if you want to post, I can private mail you right now. If you see the pop-up, sort of private chat, and we can talk privately. Okay. Hopefully, can you see the pop-up somewhere? Okay, great. So this is private, just you and me. Okay, so go ahead. And if I can't help you, I will direct you to somebody who can. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'm all out of the CCJ. I thought that 36 might be a tough nut, so I'm all out of it now. I will look at it again, though. I mean, if it later on, if it can get through. I mean, look what it did. 1338, and there's the high, and that high was 1336. There's a high right there at 1350. So almost to the penny is where it stalled. For the time being, anyway. Now, I don't know if I can take this one. 565. Got the alert. Yeah, I mean, this is a little too crazy right now. These ones for me are better. Certainly not if they're coming out of some kind of a consolidation, a little bit of consolidation, as opposed to it's straight up. Okay, so I'm going to answer you, Eve. Can you hear me in the YouTube feed? Can you hear me? And can you see my screen as I demonstrate how you can do it? Okay, so this didn't really have to be private, the Geister, almost. I mean, you're asking some general questions. What I would do is this. First of all, if you and I'm just going to pop this link in for you, okay? This will give you an idea about what we can do, okay? How you can create your own, the 20 short lessons. I would suggest you take a look at that. You don't have to be a subscriber to look at that. Eve, I'm going to get to your question, okay? So that's how, if I were getting started, I would look at this first just to see what we can do, okay? That would be my suggestion. And I do trade on the site, but I mean, obviously I don't concentrate 100% answering a lot of questions and all, but yes, I do trade on the site. But this is not something in which I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. Okay? So that's what I would do. I would take a look at these. It's very, very quick. It's all text-based. Okay, Eve, I will get to you. So, first of all, you have to have our premium service. Do you have our premium service? The question is, how do I connect Holly AI to the automatic trading simulator? That is the question. So I have to make sure, you have to have our premium service. Do you have our premium service? Eve? Okay. Okay, so what you do is this. The first thing is, connect to the simulator. Now, hopefully you do you're using our download application, right? Not the web-based version. Okay, but not the web-based version. Because the web doesn't have this. So assuming you have that, I'm going to assume you do have this. Excuse me. So from the toolbar, you would click on Sim. So now you're in simulation mode. Then you would go to Holly. Okay. You have to have the Holly tab. If the Holly tab is not showing, then you would click on New from the Brokerage Plus window and make sure you have the Holly tab. And so right now it's off. Now what you do is you turn them all on. So if I highlight, see what I'm doing? I'm highlighting all of these strategies that made the cut today. And I right click and I enable them. That's it. So now in simulation mode, you have enabled all of the Holly strategies and you will and they will trade. Okay? Did I go too quickly or do you understand? I can do it again. Yeah, I can do that one more time, Gobi. I'm just waiting for Eve in the YouTube feed. One more time? Okay. Okay, so the first step is to click on the simulator from the toolbar, okay? When you click on just a minute here. Get out of here. When you click on the simulator, the Brokerage Plus window pops up. Okay? Now again, you have to have... Now, this will happen even if you have a standard subscription, but the question was how would I practice auto trading the AI in a simulation mode? So again, you click on the simulator, the Brokerage Plus window pops up. You click on the Holly tab. Okay, you click on the Holly. I don't know why it's saying on when they're off. Okay. Why is this happening? There we go. Don't know why it's saying on actually. It should say, well, they're all off, but if you're doing it for the first time, it'll say Holly AI off, and then you just have to, you'll see all the strategies, and then you just highlight them all, just like I've done. Just highlight them all, right click, and enable. Enable them. You see how they've turned on? Are we good up to this point? Now once they're on, that's it. You nothing more to do. Or of course you don't have to turn them all on. If you can pick and choose which ones you want. So I mean, for those of you who are really, really bound and determined wanting to try auto trading the AI, before you commit money to it, real money to it, practice in the simulator and see how you would do. Okay, is that good, or one more time? Is there something I'm not explaining correctly, or there's really nothing more to it? The only thing I don't understand is why this is not saying off when they're off. You can do a history. This is what I would do. I'd have this window. You can see the individual trades. So strategy trades all. Okay. And this is from the toolbar. Click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. And then you can just do a history. You can take a yes. You can look at yesterday. You can see how the AI did yesterday. Depending on what the aggressive, moderate, conservative, etc. You can pick a time frame. Okay. So again, if you don't, this window. Oops. Let me get to today. So this window is what I would have open all the time. I would incorporate it. If you have the AI, I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So I have to do, again, from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And again, this window will pop up. You'll have all, from all the segments. Who cares about from where these are coming from? In my opinion, who cares? Just, these are the alerts that have happened today. So when you load trade ideas before the market opens every day, this of course will be blank. And then you just wait for the trades to happen. I don't know if I'm the best Rodax, but you too have a great weekend. So Eve, is that satisfactory? If not, I can always explain it again. There are the people in the room who maybe just joining or didn't quite get it. So don't be shy if you don't understand something. Okay, great. Well, A2 Sam, I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. Maybe others will. I mean, you want to use the Brokers Plus window, something is clean, then get an IB account. that's what I would recommend. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. Well, if you're talking about, yeah, but this is the whole idea. Then you link Brokerage Plus with your Interactive Brokers account. So you don't have to trade from within IB, Interactive Brokers. That's the whole idea of it. You know, you actually click live, connect to your Interactive Brokers account. You don't even have to look at it again if you don't want to. You use this window to trade. Yep, absolutely. You have to go in, like every broker, this is not a limitation of Brokers Plus, but you have to go in limit orders. You cannot go in a market order, pre and after, okay? That just so you know, but that's every broker. That's not a limitation of Brokers Plus. So what I mean by that is, I mean, when you see the, you know, I look right now, 1587, 1590. If I want to take this trade right now, I have to go in at 1590. Now that is the market, okay? Right now, that is the that's the ask. But you have to pick a price. You'd have to put the price in here. So you just can't pick market, even though you'd like to go in at market because maybe the spread is really not that bad. I kind of. I don't know. I think they're being a little overly cautious. I think that this harkens back to the days where pre-market trading was wild and woolly. You could get horrible spreads, and so they didn't want people to accidentally. And maybe it's still somewhat valid, but accidentally go in a market order, you know, with a 15 bid, 16 ask. Okay, so you take the order at 16. But there's so much activity now pre-market. And I would think that most people, if they're going to do a pre-market trade, it is in something that's probably trading millions of shares. The spread is probably no different than it is, you know, once the so-called market opens. So I think that was just a safeguard. I'm not sure we completely need that anymore, but I don't make the rules. If all that makes sense. Yeah, thank you, Cindy. It's exactly like this. It's exactly like this in the sort of the no repeat version. The reason I do this. No, wait a minute. Should I have been taking CanF 214? Ooh, this is interesting. Little bit, okay, I like these bottoming tails. Let's see if it takes out that high there. What sort of room does it have? Let's look left on that weekly chart, 222. Nah, that might be a little too close. I wish that little high weren't there. It may not stop it, because if that weren't there, we'd have a clear shot to the 250 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Anyway, let me explain. So they're very similar. Why I start this, I'm going to explain this. See, if I cleared this right now, if I just said clear, then all these, you know, we'd see these stocks over and over again, okay, which is what you want. Here, if I cleared it now, that would happen the same thing. If CanF ever made a new high, even though I've got this on no repeat, and at 144 it made a new high, but if I cleared this window right now, if CanF made another new high, I would see it at whatever time that is, okay? So that's what I've done, because otherwise CanF was probably down here somewhere. Well, look at the HDLI, 1015 price, but it was making new highs way down here, okay, in the nines. So what I did was I said, okay, let's see if some of these ones that have made new highs, and and they're making them over and over, will they make a new high later on? So I said, okay, I'm going to start this window at 12:30. So that's why the alert's occurring at least 180 minutes after the open. Okay, so that's why this window will start at 12:30. And the other change I made was here, because I'm wanting to see these early trades. I want to make sure they really have good momentum. So I put the count at 45, so I had to make at least 45 new counts. I don't care as much here because maybe, just maybe, later on in the day, some stock is starting to really rip. So I reduced the count, the number of highs to 30. I know that might be a little confusing, but just roll with it. Okay. But that is it. I mean, that's the reason. And typically why I like this window is that, for instance, look at life here. Now this is not a good example because it had, let's just say, how can I get this as a good example? Well, just make sure here. Yeah, I mean, let's just say this had popped up and it was resting here, and then all of a sudden we got a lot of volume, kind of out of. This is not quite consolidation. This is more This is more what I like to see in this window later on in the day. The rest. We had the pop, it dropped, and then all of a sudden we get volume, and it makes a new high. Now this would have to have to take this out right here, but imagine if this were. Imagine if this was right here. Okay, so a little bit of a pullback and then snoozing for a long time. Then all of a sudden traders get interested again, pop it through the high of the day on volume. That's kind of what I'm looking for in here. This is a little bit different because this was not a big pullback, but I'm interested, except for that little level there. It may stall. Just even that stupid little topping tail, it may stall it. So I don't know if that's a great explanation, but that's the explanation. Yeah, I mean, Sam. So, I mean, if you like the looks of this, yeah, it's easy to use. Whew, 2 o'clock. Well, I have to admit, guys, I'm whipped. Still have some nitpicky things to do on the computer, but I'm impressed that I was able to get it done so I could at least have a go at today. Why can't you open your Trade Ideas program while I'm watching the Trade Room streaming? Yeah, I mean, they're completely independent, Eve. I mean, they're just completely 100% independent. So I mean, they're two different programs. I mean, one, you're in the YouTube feed, which is a completely different link, and the other, you're this is your Trade Ideas program. Now, are you saying that the YouTube feed covers up? You're not saying Yeah, so you're not. But what you're saying is you can't open it, and that doesn't make sense. I mean, because they're just independent programs. That'd be almost like my saying, why can't I open my Word document when I have Trade Ideas running? You know what I mean? So I don't know how to answer that question. Maybe you can explain a little bit more. If not, I'd have to send you to our true tech support because I don't understand that question. Yeah, I don't bother putting the exit. I mean, I could. Well, there's the stop. Okay, there is the stop. There is there's no X. There's not going to be an exit. Okay, it's not going to exit at a certain. I don't think so anyway. I don't think it. No, you see. Let me just see here. NK. Yeah, there are not two exits. This is the exit on the first time it got stopped out. And then it got back in at 1261. You know, now it's 1258 now, but remember where it was. Remember where it was. It was way up here. So there's no second exit as such. You just have to manage the trade. Now see, I missed this one. So even here, so what happened here is that excuse me, TCDA. So there was the entry. This was right here. This is the blue arrow right there. That's just telling you the candle that happened. Look what happened afterwards. It had a target of, you know, to me it's I mean, in this particular case, that target worked very well. But, you know, to me, it's just it's a target fine, but if it kept moving, there'd be no reason to get out. But, so the AI exited at the target price, 806, okay, pulled back, and then it actually hit the stop price. So, you know, this is actually good illustration. It doesn't, for this to happen, it doesn't actually have to be stopped out as a reason to exit. It just has to, at one point during the day, no matter what it does, if it hits the stop price and then it comes back, which it did, so it hit the stop price, because there it is, there's the stop price at 728, and then it came back to 741. It got back to 741, and that's when you would get a trigger. So what did it do after that? 741 got back up to 773. So another opportunity to trade. There you go, Nader. I'm glad. You can, you know, I sort of jokingly say that you can make a living, you know, not all days, because some days we don't even get any reentries, because the stocks, they may hit the stop, but they don't come back, you know, so you don't get a reentry. But you could some days you could almost just wait for reentries, you know, never mind the originals, because, you know, the other thing is that the reentries, of course, are going to be at a better price, because they're going to be halfway between the original entry and the stop, which is in this case 723. Well, that's good to hear, Kaiser. How are you feeling? Excellent. Excellent. Did you do anything at all? Did you take, I know you didn't take any crazy stuff, but you're in Canada, right? But just rest, fluids, some normal over-the-counter stuff. Tylenol, okay. So that didn't last that long, about a week. We're talking to somebody who had COVID. About a week. That's not bad. I mean, now hopefully no lingering conditions. So Eve, again, I'm not sure if I've answered your question. Oh, I don't doubt it. Probably like the worst flu ever, right? That you've ever had times 10. Killer. Yes, I can see exactly what you did. I wonder where you took it. I see it's way above the channel. Do you wait for it to come down to break the channel? Wherever, now our channel might be, my channel might be different from yours, of course, but where did you take MOTEM, MTEM? Real. I'd be interested to know where you took it. Because what I'm seeing here, I see MOTEM, so it got all the way up to 1046, came back down. There might be the channel break, 975. There was a cross here at 978. Be interested to know where you actually took that short. So way up here, interesting. So the topping tail, yes. Yeah, I'm looking at a 2-minute chart. I see a topping tail of the previous candle. Boy, this SLDB is... Whew. I mean, there's topping tails and bottoming tails in the 15, but there's a great trend just... And they did a private placement. SLDB did a private placement at $3.70. So this is $2 above. Okay, you tell me the next slam dunk, and I'm on the phone to my banker. Oh, thoughts on FRSX after hours? Well, this really pulled back, didn't it? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do anything on this one unless it regained, up here. To be honest, I mean, look, it hit what 290. It's dropped $1 from the highs. Is that the pre-market still? Yeah. So that's the high in the pre-market just before the market opened. This is the high during market hours, 276. So it's dropped $1 from there, and it really hasn't recovered. I know it had some news, maybe. Aegis Capital maintained coverage, etc. But I mean, there's right now. This is a classic one. If this weren't so high, but look at all the consolidation here. If all of a sudden there would be a ton of volume coming in, and it popped up and started challenging those highs, that'd be awesome. But I don't know. For me, unless it gains some traction here. I mean, look at it on the 5-minute chart, just chopping all around. And where did it stall? Take a look at where it stalled. 275, and right here, 294 is the next high. Was the next high looking left? It did get up to. I mean, that's basically where it got to, even in the pre-market. So I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but I don't know. I mean, to me, it's given up on a percentage basis a lot. Now listen, Jordy. If it Monday morning it gaps up to $10, don't come after me. But this is an EV play. I mean, it's in the right sector, I guess. So okay, now Puma Biotech, look at the volume that came in. It popped it all the way up to 1203. It has pulled back. Now this is it's an awful, awful looking thing on the 2-minute chart with these topping tails and bottoming tails. So, but I'm going to stick an alert at 1203, right where that alert happened, and see if it takes it out later. With the volume. I mean, like a ton of volume came in for some reason. And I can see the reason. Puma Biotechnology presents efficacy and safety outcomes from, that's the headline. So obviously, whatever presentation from phase 3 NALA trial. So obviously it was well received. Now, the only issue here, excuse me, sorry. Again, even if it pops through, gets that number again, you still have this. I wish this weren't here. I mean, that's not that far away, 1220, 1230. This looks like a William Short. It's still pretty strong as that Cameco, CCJ. Has not given it up. I thought it might get back into the teens. Okay, so are you talking about breaking the VWAP? Like crossing above the VWAP? If you are, I'm going to disappoint you because, these are, yeah, okay. So I'm going to tell you right now that it requires a volume confirmation at all. So you more than likely are not getting a real-time alert on the cross. That's about all I can say. So even though we have, and this is being talked about at length, we've been talking about it at length for a long time, but so crossing above and crossing below, if you're looking for a real-time alert, like the second it does, just like we have our new highs, it's not going to happen because it requires a volume. If we even click on the help, because what the idea was this, the concept was this, not wanting, I mean, it could cross up and get at the VWAP up and down very rapidly. And so what they wanted to do is they wanted to have some volume confirmation on the cross. But for a lot of people, they hate it. They don't want that. They want to have the alert when it happens, and that's it. So, not a lot I can add to that, but it's been talked about many times. Now, I was very wrong yesterday about Sangamo. Sangamo, I thought had little pockets of resistance that, I thought could maybe stall it. And what did it do? If you were in the room yesterday, look what it did. I mean, it was an unbelievable move. Unbelievable move. From 10, actually about 10, all the way to 16 something before the market closed. Unbelievable move. And I kept thinking it was going to stall at certain levels. So with that in mind, well, it's nice to be excited, Jerry. If you're when you say new to this, do you mean new to trading completely, or new to a room like this, or new to day trade? Like what are you new to? And new to the, okay, you've been trading for 20 years. Okay. All right. Because I was going to say, Jerry, before you commit money to the market, but I think I'm 20 years too late, practice trading with our simulator, our paper trader. And believe it or not, the room is like this every day. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, it is a different animal. I've never traded. Well, I shouldn't say that. I had my brief foray into the E-minis back in, I think, 2008 or 9, when they would, there'd be like 50, 100, 150 point swings, and I got killed. Absolutely killed. I got into one trade and I thought I was out, and I kept hitting. I wasn't completely used to the trading platform. I didn't practice, and I couldn't tell if I was in or out. And as you remember, you've been doing it for 20 years, so you know what I'm talking about. And so I escaped by fluke, and I said, okay, back to stocks. Yeah, you can make a ton and you can lose it all. Yep. Especially in those days when there were like wild handles. I guess do they still call them handles? Just lots? No handles? Is that not a term that's used at all? Oh, really? Because I was trading with a guy. He called himself Handle, and that's what he was, and that was the reason. Oh well, maybe that was his slang term for it. Guys, I'm not in it anymore, but the little CCJ is now it's going to make a mockery of me. That's fine. So, are you a subscriber, Jerry? If you're not a subscriber, I can give you a couple of links to take a look. You are a subscriber, okay? New? Pretty new? Okay. So why don't I give you, if you haven't seen this already, this is the 20 short lessons. What happened to my Booyah? So that's the 20 short lessons. So if you click on that link, this is what you'll see. So I mean, maybe you've already done this. I don't know. Very, very quick, but what is a top list? Building a top list, an alert window. All the basic features of Trade Ideas. Okay. So if you've already done this, that's great. I just recommend as somebody new to Trade Ideas. Really, really helpful, I believe. Okay, now I'll also give you my homepage link because once you get to be an expert at Trade Ideas and you'll start running the trading room, you can check out my homepage link. You click on my homepage link. And I am sharing a lot of scans. Now you can subscribe to the Trade of the Week. It'll be sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. I didn't do well because of computer issues. Hopefully I'll be able to start again on Monday. But here are all the scans that I'm sharing. They're named in a way that kind of makes sense and more educational. There's that 20 lessons more. There's some videos down here. Daily webinars that we have. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. More educational videos. So, on my homepage, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of information. But I would certainly look at the 20 lessons. So what's the reason? What's the reasoning? Wow, look at CCJ. Why am I not still in it? What is the reasoning for you're wanting to start looking at stocks as opposed? Are you going to do them concurrently, or are you just not wanting to do futures anymore? Or are you just trying to add to the war chest? Ah, okay. Okay, guys, here's the patience. It never hit 1203. Have my price alert set up here for PBYI. That's that blue line. It didn't hit, so I wasn't anticipating. Though, as I kept saying, I wasn't wild about it because of this daily chart looking like might struggle to get through there. So, really, 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. Oh, gosh. So what? So you figure you want to get more busy by day trading all day too? Whoa, good for you. Obviously pre-split. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, so again for the CAN-F, though I'm getting close to the end here, guys. Both trading wise and sorry, just put my alert right there. Sorry, just put my alert right there for CAN-F in case it takes out that 220 later on. Let's back this out on the monthly chart just to see what sort of room. Yeah, I mean, this is a cannabis play, right? I thought it was a cannabis play. Maybe I'm wrong. You can stick with TDA. I mean, I'm not going to I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, okay? Many of our customers use Interactive Brokers. Obviously, TDA now has free commission, so if that is something that is really important to you. If you wanted to use this Brokerage Plus window that we have here to trade your account, we are looking at adding TDA. It's been in the works for quite a while now. We're getting, I think, close because we have a couple of guys at Trade Ideas who have accounts, and so they're bug testing it. It works right now just with Interactive Brokers. So when I say that, I mean we can link what we call this Brokerage Plus window to Interactive Brokers, so you're actually trading from within this window. And you can do, things. So if you saw something you liked, you can set it. I mean, you can auto trade. You could auto trade if you wanted to. You're used to bot trading, but if you did set up a strategy that you felt very, very comfortable with, and just wanted to let it run, you could. But again, you're used to futures, stocks. Maybe a different animal. I don't know. I don't auto trade, so you can take that under advisement. But you can do things like this. So it's not quite auto trading, but let's just say, once you get used to stocks and you see, and so you click on an alert, ride. And for whatever reason, you say, yeah, I like the way this looks on these charts. You go back to it. And then you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. Okay, these are set up ahead of time by you. And this is a video that explains how to do that. This is a long video, but it's well worth it if you're serious about either, once we get TD Ameritrade or, and I can't tell you when that's going to happen. Hopefully by the new year. But it's, we've really got to test it, obviously. But this explains how you would do it with Interactive Brokers. Yeah, you'll even see in the connected, you even see it right there, TD Ameritrade. You can't connect yet. So, this is not a pipe dream. I mean, but I just can't say that, it's going to be next week or next month. I just can't say. It has to be really, really, I mean, we tested with Interactive Brokers for a long time before we said, okay. Well, we've got a few internally who are doing it. Eve, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you get better. Well, I know you'll get better. Talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. All right, guys, so I will put this announcement in. I may take off a little earlier. I'm a little bit weary. So the good news is my computer will be all fixed up Thursday, Monday afternoon. So one more day listening to maybe a little bit of music in the background and my sound alerts going off. Yeah, everything is Eastern time. Yes. The room is open from 9 to 3 Eastern time. So half an hour before the market opens. We do, or I go over the stuff that I've seen in the pre-market. Meanwhile, the crazy one du jour is definitely this HGLI. A little bit choppy, but it's only up 109%. It was an $8 stock yesterday, so there's your double. All right, guys, so 378. So you went long. That's right. You went long that one. You had to hang on through all this, but okay. I do actually. So in the okay, here's what I call a shared layout that you can look at. Okay. Okay, that's a shared layout. This looks kind of like this. You wouldn't have these two windows, but I wouldn't worry about that. But as I was saying before, if you click on my homepage link, again, if you click on my homepage link, individual scans, like some people don't want a whole layout. So if you click on my homepage link, click on this scan section, and then here are some scans that I'm sharing. Hopefully, up big yesterday, reversing today. Down big yesterday, reversing today. Things like that. Pre-market. This is what I use these four is what I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market when I'm doing my pre-market scanning. Yeah, some people think maybe I have too many charts, but I mean, this is just the way I like to look at things because I'm a momentum trader. So virtually everything I see is making a new high or a new low for the day. So when I see that, then my next trip is to these longer term time frames. Because I'm wanting to see, okay, great, you've just made a new high for the day. How much further could you keep going without any chart resistance? So that's why I'm always looking at these higher time frames. Man, I feel foolish for not being in CCGA anymore. That was just awesome from here. 311 to 345. I mean, fairly. You had that little pullback here, base, now a pop. And I know we don't talk about how many shares we take and all, but I actually had a few because, I had a very tight stop. Too many charts to display. I have more charts than that on my other monitors, real. It's just too many charts to display. Okay, here's another little one that's just come in. REPH, R-E-P-H. 253, making a new high. Only issue is it's a little bit of a chase here, but and again, you know, look left. 260 is the high looking left. If that weren't there, this would have maybe a decent shot to get to the 3 level, maybe. I don't like that there though. 253 is the high right there. It's about what, a week and a half ago, and the day before that is 260, but right there. So you got this little area of potentially stopping it from moving. So low float, 20 million in the float. Good volume, a million, 5.8 times normal volume. And again, another little bio. We can all thank, where are you? We can all thank GLSI for the bio explosion 2 days ago. So many little bios exploded because of this guy. Including today, HGLI. Look at the float, guys. 1.42 million in the float. And what was the other one? That's pretty amazing. It's almost the same float. 1.56 million in the float. I mean, that was insane for a $100 stock to have that. But that's why you get this craziness. But it's virtually the same float. You know, just slightly less. The only thing is if this really bases a little bit and all of a sudden we get a big volume pop like this, if we get some volume that looks like this, it may just pop it right through. So that's for the REPH. Well, where can CCJ go? This might be an interesting one I mean, we had the uranium plays right here that day. A lot of the uranium plays were moving. You look at quadruple U, I think that's one of them. Yeah, you can see it right there. Same look as CCJ, but CCJ is like a huge company. Even though the share price is not indicative of a huge company, but this keeps getting halted also. HGLI just keeps getting halted. Ooh, it's getting closer, guys. It really is. You get some volume in here. Pop it through. REPH. So you're going to be so miserable if I take this as a long, you're going to short it on me. And I'm just, in case you're wondering, I'm just kidding with William. Yeah, I mean, that's where I have my alert, 260. And I'm just kidding you, William. Another one on the another little bio. 2 million in the float, guys. Vive. Kept seeing this one earlier, but my goodness. The reason it's not showing up here is my relative volume, I believe, is 3. So that's the filter. So that prevents it from being here. But wow. And another one, probably way over the. Is it shortable? It is shortable too. Look at this go. Yeah, well, first of all, they don't load in IB, so I couldn't even, not with our format anyway. But no, I don't. Though there's no real reason. I mean, if they loaded, I don't know what IB calls the warrants, if it's .w or -w or what it is. All I know is that when we click on an alert here, it doesn't load in Interactive Brokers. But I have not traded a warrant. You're seeing a lot of warrants with all these SPACs. Yes, there's usually doesn't mean it's a bad thing to do. I mean, especially if there's lots of volume. Well, I can see that some of you guys might be looking at this Vive to short it. VIVE, little topping tail there. Meanwhile, just resumed. HJLI just resumed. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what it does on Monday. I mean, the high right over here is 20 something, so. Well, we'll see if that gets tested at that 260, or if it pops right through it. And we're talking about the REPH. Right there, okay. I was wondering if you're going to do it a little earlier.
CCG, CCG, CCG.
You don't? Really? Okay. How many shorts are available here? Yeah, not many. Only 26,000 at Interactive Brokers. So there are not many available. Well, here it is, guys. REPH right at 260. William has already shorted, I think. Oh, he couldn't short it. It is a good candidate, yes. Well, I don't know, guys. This looks pretty. Who cares about resistance? Ooh, did this get halted on the way down? Yeah, got it halted. So I'm assuming you're out of this now. There's a nice drop from 1780 down to 15, almost 18 down to 15. Having fun here, guys. Having fun. All right, guys. I think that's it for me. Are there any other questions? I know I said 3, but I'm just about done. No more questions? All right, everybody. So we'll see you. I'll open the room Monday morning. Yes, maybe. It's the weather out. It's not terrible. I'll open the room tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great, great weekend. And we will see you then. Bye-bye.